Good morning, Derby fans, and welcome to the final day of Pacific Invitational 2025. To start us off, Pacific Invitational and our host leagues, Brisbane City Rollers and Sun State Roller Derby, would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land upon which we stand, the Yagara and Turrbal people, and we wish to pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. We acknowledge the contemporary Queensland Aboriginal community who have survived invasion and dispossession.
Smith, 13 Iona Shotgun, 175 Jaws, 187 Primeval, 229 Diamond, 43 Pigeon Defective, 50 Sadistic Doll, 6 Mother of Angels, Angels Dragons, sorry.
Very different.
Very different, very different. Number 8, Ivy Knivy, 92 Mad Keo, 946 Floss Kitty. And on the bench, we've got Icky, Chrissy, Pavey, and Monsterella. Mad Cow, sorry. 92 Mad Cow. Better write that down.
And introducing ourselves, I am Purple Rain.
And I'm Parabetamol.
Well, we still have a minute. Our wonderful officiating crew for this game, maybe not 100% accurate here, but according to our list, it will be some combination of Frere, doesn't matter, Spanners, Maureen, Honey Badger, Mr. Fox, Mr. Grump, Hypodermic, Mercy, Dinatello, TR2, Makita, Resting Bitch Pace, Biznix, Menace, The Revolution, and Kit Kat Crunch. Music for 1 second.
So Perth is in black.
And there is that rolling whistle. So we are seconds away from Derby. Taking this first jam, it looks like Ivy Ivy for Pirate City and Fatality for Perth. And that is Ivy Kanivi picking up lead jammer for Pirate City.
Oh, making easy work of that pack right there, picking up 4 points.
Fatality still looking for an exit from the pack for initial pass.
Looking to be a little bit more squishy this time around.
And Fatality is through for initial pass. Ivy Kanivi picking up a few more points and calling the jam. Looking like 8 points for Pirate City to start off this game. Perth still looking to open their account. Alrighty, I think that is Comatose out there now for Perth. And Iona Shotgun for Pirate City.
I have to say, I do love that name.
It's probably about my favourite name I've seen all weekend.
All right, Comatose is out with a lead for Perth.
Iona Shotgun still looking for an exit. And Comatose picking up 4 points for Perth as Iona Shotgun completes initial pass. Ooh, scores currently quite tight. We've got Perth on 7 to Pirate City on 8, but we are only 2 jams in.
Absolutely. If this is the way the game is going to go, it's going to be quite an exciting match.
That is Shrek on the jammer line for Perth. And I think that's maybe Jaws for Pirate City. It is indeed Jaws.
Yeah, those the scoreboard has a lot better view of the jammers' numbers than we do over here.
And that is Jaws out the lead jammer for Pirate City. Shrek doing a barrel roll on the inside apex there. Shrek is out for initial pass, and that is points picked up by Jaws. We have Pirate City on 12 to Perth 7. All right, that looks like Namazoom out on the jammer line for Perth. And Ivy Kanivi back out for Pirate City. Namazoom just pushing forward through that Perth defense at the front. That pack is getting quite long.
Definitely giving it a bit of a challenge there, not making it easy.
Namazoom through for lead jammer, but Ivy Kanivi quickly following behind. That was spectacular acrobatics there from Namazoom.
Well, if you're going to do
Pulling off the
something,
jam with style.
Absolutely, you got to do it with style. We do appreciate that here. So it looks like we've got Iona Shotgun up for Pirate City.
And I think that is Fatality again for Perth. And Iona Shotgun out for lead for Pirate City. Iona Shotgun around the outside for 4 points for Pirate City. And looks like we've had a star pass to Locomotives for Perth. But maybe not clean.
No, we definitely need to make sure we keep those star passes clean.
Locomotives forced to head back to fatality to redo that handover. I own a shotgun in a solid wall of Perth defense there, getting recycled as Locomotives gets through for initial.
Yep, nice little call off before Perth can score any points in that jam.
Currently we have Perth on 11 to Pirate City's 19.
Yep.
All right, that is Comatose back out on the jam line for Perth. And Jaws for Pirate City. And that is Comatose out first for lead jammer.
Our first derby crime has been committed.
That is Thorson taking a seat in the penalty box for Perth. Comatose doing some beautiful footwork to stay in bounds past pitch and effective.
Absolutely. Up on those little toe stops and managed to keep in bounds.
Jaws has completed initial pass for Pirate City. And that is jam called. Looks like points going to both teams there, but scores tightening up. We've got Perth on 19 to Pirate City 21. But we are still quite early days.
Still absolutely anyone's game at this point.
All right, looks like Number Zoom out on the jammer line up against Ivy Can Ivy.
Definitely a bit of pace off that jammer line then. Like getting recycled all the way back. Some really tight walls there, but
We've got Ivy Can Ivy out for lead jammer for Pirate City. Some strong recycling happening by the Perth defense so far this game that we have seen. Oh, but what great team offense we just saw there from Pirate City.
Absolutely beautiful.
Number Zoom did complete initial pass, but Ivy Can Ivy shut that down and called the jam. Perth 24, Pirate City 24 to Perth 19.
Yeah,
I'm going to mess that up all game. The alliteration will do me in. That looks like Iona Shotgun out on the jammer line for Pirate City and Comatose for Perth.
Yeah, your eyesight is definitely better than mine.
It helps that I've been watching these jammers for 2 days longer than you have.
Absolutely. It definitely helps.
And Iona Shotgun is through for lead jammer for Pirates, but
being chased down
quickly out of the pack behind.
Are we going to get any jammer on jammer today?
I don't know. We have seen a little bit of jammer on jammer this week.
All right. I think, yeah, picking up points for both teams there.
Yeah, one little point
apiece.
each. We've got Perth 20 to Pirates 25. All right, that is Shrek out for Perth. And Jaws for Pirate City.
It's a good name for having a jammer called Jaws in Pirate City. Very nice.
Jaws picking up lead jammer, but Shrek not far behind. This pack is getting real fast.
Real fast.
Jaws forced to call off the jam, but did sneak in one more point there for Pirates, taking them to 26 to Perth 20. I can do maths.
Yeah, definitely definitely picked up the pace quite a lot there in that last jam. Making them get their cardio in, that's for sure.
I've been waiting to see this matchup. We've got Ivy Ivy on the jammer line up against Comatose. As soon as this game started, I was thinking, wow, this would be a great pairing to see. Currently, both jammers fairly locked into those defensive tripods.
Oh, absolutely. Keeping them in place. Oh,
But Ivy Ivy through for lead, but Comatose getting out of the pack shortly after.
Curious to see how this will go.
I feel like these jammers have quite similar skating styles.
Did you just see that little hop skip?
That was beautiful.
On the thing, yeah, on the apex there. Beautiful.
I've just enjoyed watching Ivy Ivy all this weekend, honestly. We have... Can you see the scores? Because I cannot.
Oh, the scores. Pirate City is on 29. Perth is, what was that? 20.
Right now on the jammer line, we have Iona Shotgun for Pirate City up against Fatality for Perth.
Oh, getting hooked in there.
That was also some solid defense
Absolutely.
by Storm for Perth.
So Pirate City picking up lead there.
Fatality still looking for a way through the pack, but does find one to complete initial pass. I feel like all I have to do to get a jammer out is say, still looking for a way out.
It's like you're psychic.
Maybe I just need to take pity on all the stock jammers and say that, and then they'll magically... It's just like my powers to send people to the bin when I acknowledge that we have a clean penalty box, which we currently do. So sorry to whoever skater is about to receive a penalty.
Sorry, not sorry. You do the crime, you do the time.
Gives us something to talk about.
Absolutely.
All right, that is Zoom back out on the jammer line for Perth.
And Jaws.
See, I told you that would happen. I am sorry, serious crash unit, my bad. We have Zoom lead jammer for Perth. Oh, I did it twice. Jaws still looking for a way out of the pack. And Zoom picking up 4 points for Perth.
Oh, little duck there.
Great bean dip there by Zoom, but unfortunately just going out of bounds and sent back. Oh, just so close to out and then taken down by, that is Wazer. But Jaws is now out for initial.
I think it's time
but
for a little
Zoom
rest.
calls the jam.
I think Jaws needs a rest after that one. Looked very tough.
My sincere apologies once again to Serious Crash Unit for jinxing you and causing you a penalty.
So Perth is sitting on 28 and Pirate City on 33.
That is Ivy Ivy out on the jammer line for Pirate City against Shrek for Perth. Shrek getting sent to the outside by Velocity as Ivy Ivy comes through to pick up lead jammer. Velocity headed to the penalty box for a forearms. Ivy Canivy through for 4 points. A lot of penalties being issued there. I think we've also got Mad Cow going to the penalty box for a multiplayer block. And Shrek has completed initial pass.
Oh, sneaking on the inside there. Beautiful.
And that is 4 points for Shrek. And 4 points for Ivy Canivy. That is jam called. We have Pirate City on 41, Perth on 32. We have an official timeout. While we are paused, just a shout out to our viewers on the live stream. Not many of you at this point of the stream, but I'm assuming those of you in New Zealand are maybe at work, and those of you in Perth are maybe still in bed.
Yeah, fair. I would still be in bed too, but like I'm lucky that I'm here watching some roller derby and getting to share it with all you people online.
All right, that is the end of that official timeout. That is Iona Shotgun on the Jammer line for Pirate City and Comatose for Perth.
Oh, I love it when your friends help you out. Iona Shotgun picking up a lead for Pirate City.
Comatose on a solid 2-wall there of serious crash unit and pitch and defective, but finds a way through to complete initial pass.
Just see that beautiful little juke around the outside. That was gorgeous.
Beautiful work by Iona Shotgun there to pick up 4 points, then call the jam.
Oh, we do have some Perth and New Zealand viewers. Fantastic. Hello.
We have Pirate City on 45 to Perth's 32.
Nice. Best way to start the workday, watching some roller derby.
And we have a Perth team timeout. While we're waiting, a few messages to deliver. If you are wanting to support Team New Zealand on their efforts to get to the World Cup, they have some tote bags and singlets for sale. So go see their table after this game. You've also only got 2 games left to get your Pacific Invitational raffle tickets.
That looks really sweet.
They are $5 for 1 or $20 for 5. We've got some great prizes there. There is a Bont Skates pack that is worth a pretty penny. There is a tattoo voucher. There is the ever popular sexy box. There is a voucher to hold a murder mystery party, and you get to pick the theme.
This is a pretty sweet raffle.
There are some great prizes here. All right, that is timeout over. We've got Number Zoom on the Jammer line for Perth and Jaws for Pirate City. And Jaws is out the lead jammer.
Making easy work of that pack there.
That's
Definitely
a
not
fantastic
easy.
initial pass.
Oh, absolutely. Lots of skill going into that. Definitely not easy.
And Jaws coming through for 4 points. Number Zoom still looking for that initial pass, though I think the star has actually changed hands. That is Locomotives are now jamming for Perth. Do have to say that I think Perth has the best shorts game of all the teams here this weekend. There has been some excellent pants on the Perth side. Jaws picking up 4 points and calling the jam, taking Pirate City to 53, Perth 32.
Looks like we've got Ivy and Ivy up for Pirate City.
And that is Fatality on the jammer line for Perth. And fatality through for lead jammer for Perth. Ivic and Ivy also completing initial pass. The fatality picking up some quick points and calling the jam.
Nice. Yeah, 3 points there, picking up.
Taking Perth to 35. Pirate City remaining on 53.
It's like I like the numbers right now.
Palindromes. All right, that is Shrek out on the jammer line for Perth. And Iona Shotgun for Pirate City.
Working hard against the blockers there. Like,
And neither jam are having an easy time of it in this moment. Velocity, and that is Smith making life difficult for Shrek at the front of the pack.
very difficult.
But Shrek is out the lead jammer as Iona Shotgun runs the inside line to get out for Pirate City.
Oh, this is going to be tight.
Pack's once again getting a bit fast.
Absolutely. It's interesting to see if, like, what the pack is going to do. Like, if they're going to try for points or race off, or it's quite exciting.
And after all that effort, it seems like no points for anybody. Enjoying this one comment that is just Shrek. Shrek is love, Shrek is life.
So we've got Jules up for Pirate City, and
That
was
is Comatose pushing up the front for Perth and out the lead with some fancy footwork around pitch and defective.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive, keeping up with those blocks and keeping upright.
Comatose coming back around as Jules still looking for a way out. That is 4 points for Perth.
Unit, now your jammer for Pirate City.
And that is Serious Crash Unit completing initial pass.
Oh,
That is some very nice footwork by Serious Crash Unit.
And those hips just schmoozing around the blockers.
But Comatose going for another round and calling the jam. A
So,
16-point jam there for Comatose.
yeah, and Pirate City still picked up 4 as well. So,
But our scores have really tightened up. Only 6 points in it currently. We have Perth 51 to Pirate City 57.
looks like we've got a few Shrek fans on the live stream.
But also seeing some love for a Serious Crash Unit. All right, that is Ivic and Ivy out on the jammer line for Pirate City and Number Zoom for Perth. And Ivic and Ivy hopping around the inside line for lead jammer, but Number Zoom also out of the pack.
Yeah, no opportunity for rest here.
Ivic and Ivy through for, looks like some ref mass happening, but
I love the twirl and then the call.
2 points. Doing a quick hit and quit and calling the jam.
And it looks like we have ourselves a team timeout.
So we've got Pirate City 59 to Perth 51.
That being said, it probably is a pretty good time for a timeout. Like, we are nearing the end of the first half there.
Yeah,
Really
just 7 minutes left in this first half. It has gone real quick. Winosaur watching en route to the venue to commentate the next game. Just while we have a minute, I would like to plug our Pacific Invitational merch. We have shirts available to order through the T-shirt mill. Commemorate your weekend with a T-shirt.
Well, I suppose a T-shirt is preferable to lots of derby kisses.
Oh, there's plenty of those as well.
Oh,
You should see
absolutely.
Squirrels' legs. Looks like we've got Fatality lining up for Perth and Iona Shotgun for Pirate City.
So it looks like we've gone from a team timeout to an official timeout at the moment.
A lot of ducks to get in a row.
And we want to make sure we get the ducks in a row before it becomes, I don't know, what's bigger than ducks? Like geese? Before they become like a horde of geese.
Angry honking.
Yeah, they're vicious, I don't know. We don't want a geese after you.
And there is that rolling whistle. We are ready to get back into it.
Oh, I love the little ducks on the chat here. Beautiful. Oh, Pirate City picking up a lead. Iona Shotgun shooting out of the pack.
Fatality held up on a wall of Serious Crash Unit and Prime Evil, but finds a way around with a little side surf to complete the initial pass. But Iona Shotgun shutting down Fatality and calling the jam. 3 points picked up by the Pirates there, taking them to 62. I'm guessing I'm doing maths. I can't see the board.
Yeah, Perth is still sitting on 51 there. And I can see Pirate City's score. So 62, you are correct.
I can kind of do basic maths from my scorekeeper days. All right, bit of a false start there. Bit of a false start.
Oh. Looks like we didn't field a gemmer.
Whoopsie days. So I'm assuming there is now a captain's penalty happening.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, not the first time it's happened this weekend.
Probably just wanting a little extra opportunity for a little nap. It's a big tiring weekend.
If I had 2 nickels for every time that, if I had a nickel for every time a team didn't field a jammer this weekend, I'd have 2 nickels, but not a lot, but weird, it happened twice. All right. Late to the party, we have Ivy Canivy up against Shrek for Perth.
And Pirate City down 1 blocker.
That would be that captain's penalty.
Absolutely. Oh, smashing that. And
Shrek the lead jammer. Ivy Canivy completing initial pass.
Oh.
Meanwhile, Shrek getting recycled by the Pirate City defense and calling the jam. And now we see him back in official review. I mean, official timeout.
Official timeout.
The other one. There was 3. No.
Oh,
I'm confused by this
scoreboard.
scoreboard.
Looking very full. Well, a few Pirate City people in the bin.
So, okay, that seems to... Okay, we maybe have some scoreboard issues, but also we have 3 Pirate City blockers in the bin, 1 being a captain's penalty for the previous jam where a jammer was not fielded.
Yeah, but because we have one blocker standing,
That
there
is the captain's
room,
penalty.
there is
And we
room
have
for
a
the other two blockers to sit down. So Paul, it looks like serious crash unit is standing there as the sole blocker.
by myself.
Don't wanna be.
So there'll be considerable pack advantage to Perth at the start of this next jam.
Really good opportunity, actually, for Perth. Yeah, because at the moment it's only what.
Yes, so our
about 8 points
scoreboard
in it.
has been fixed. We have Perth on 54 after picking up 3 points in the previous jam to Pirate City 62.
So close, and
That
this is a really good opportunity for Perth.
Five minutes approximately left in the half. We've got Iona Shotgun getting ready to jam for Pirate City and Comatose for Perth.
Now we've got a bit of love for both sides in the live stream chat at the moment. So lots of love. We love the Derby love.
Speaking of love, got a lot of love for our hardworking referees and non-skating officials.
Oh, absolutely. And we've got a whole bunch of people here that help make things happen. We've got our crew of medics here as well, making sure everyone stays safe throughout the weekend.
And the tournament committee that have been very hardworking in the lead up to make this happen. I got to sit in on a couple of their meetings with the head announcer gig, and it really does make you appreciate all the work that goes into putting on a tournament.
Yeah, lots of pieces that need to be put together for these things to happen.
There's those ducks in a row again.
Yes.
Seeing love for spanners in the chat too. I love when the officiating crew also get shout outs as well as just the skaters.
Yeah, we've got to share the love. Absolutely. Love everyone here.
Acknowledging that this is when we would normally cut to music, but we do not want to get copyright struck by the YouTube gods.
No, we don't want that because we want everyone to see the Derby in its glory. And speaking of glory, our lovely, my words have escaped me, but we have Dino on the track, keeping us in time.
With that glorious mane.
Glorious, absolutely glorious. And if you haven't done so already, Spank Alley has a little setup over here, but Peter is out, so make sure you go online and get yourself some really cool gear, or get some put in order, or get things fixed. Always fantastic new range of singlets and shirts and stuff. So a lot of cool, really cool things from Spank Alley.
It's also got a couple of leagues with merch tables there. I believe there's a Sun State table, a BCR table, and of course the Team New Zealand table to help get those skaters off to the World Cup in Austria. And there is a Team Australia and Australian officials table as well if you would like to donate a few pennies to get us over. Don't know why I'm talking in American currency terms today. Chuck us a $5.
More coffee needed.
This is already coffee number 2.
More coffee.
thanks for the reminder, Glam. There is also a raffle.
A really good raffle, like really good.
$5 per ticket or $20 for 5. There is a pet lovers pack for all you dog owners, a fan pack for all you Derby fans, which I'm assuming most of you are if you're here. I mean, you could be sleeping in, it's a public holiday, but here you are. That looks like Derby fan behaviour to me.
And a Get Creative pack. I'm assuming that's lots of really neat stationery and stuff and things, would it?
Lots of little craft kits to give you
Ooh.
something to do on these cold and rainy days we are heading into. Oh, and we are back and rolling. Alrighty, Comatose pushing through at the front. Velocity putting up a solid fight there. The Comatose through for lead jammer for Perth. I own a shotgun, still looking for a way out of the pack, but having to face with the full might of Perth's defense.
And might indeed. Oh!
But I own a shotgun, completing initial pass. New Zealand starting to get a blocking presence back on the track as the jam is called.
So we've got one blocker apiece in the penalty box for Derby crimes.
Pirate City, sorry, not the whole of New Zealand.
I haven't looked at the socks yet. Maybe I need to look closer.
All right, we have Number Zoom jamming for Perth, and that is Jaws, I believe, for Pirate City, pushing up the front of the pack. But that is a solid 2-wall of Logie and Storm.
Little truck and train action going on. There we go. Oh,
Number Zoom
sneaking
through for
through.
the lead
Beautiful.
jammer for Perth. Number Zoom yielding to Pigeon Defective. Jaws still looking for a way out of the pack. Number Zoom once again recycled by that washing machine of Pirate City defense.
Back. Jaws getting done for a forearms penalty.
So now we have a power jam for Number Zoom. Looks like Perth using some strategy and opting to sub in some fresh legs.
Zoomy. Love it. So Jaws will be starting in the bin for this one. And Shrek for Perth. And Shrek is through on initial pass.
And that is 4 points picked up by Shrek in this power jam. Jaws returning to the track from the penalty box straight into that Perth defensive tripod.
Definitely a little bit of squish happening right at the back there. So squishy.
Shrek through for another 4 points. And one more pass, I believe, before calling that jam.
So Jaws did manage to get out.
So we have Perth on 74 to Pirate City. I can't actually see, but there's an official review, so I'm going to duck in and see what the go is.
So score update, Perth Roller Derby on 74 and Pirate City on 64. Anyone's game at this point still. So Rain will come back with the goss at the end of this official review, but also a very good opportunity for a little last minute track repair. The dazzle of zebras doing their thing, having a little discussion. Also giving the all the players a little bit of time for R&R before the last minute of this half. And it looks like we now got a black official review. That's a little official review, little swapsies. You know, keep things interesting. So if you are here today, make sure you go check out all the merch and stuff that we have. Team New Zealand are also selling tote bags and singlets, and grab yourself a ticket in the raffle. Looking real good, that raffle. And so bond pack, a fitness pack, a party pack, murder mystery voucher, treat yourself pack, and tattoo voucher, get creative pack, a sexy box, a fan pack, winter warmers, and a pet lover pack. So many good things there. I think I'm going to have to grab myself one later today. So big shout out to those who are watching us online, and especially for those who are doing this before work. Sorry, Perth people. I'm definitely looking forward to hearing the goss, what's going on in a few moments. Looking like double checking the penalty box records. Definitely need to keep those records in check, because if you get too many derby crimes, you are done with the game. And that's that rolling whistle. It looks like rain is coming back with the goss.
The TLDR is both teams called official reviews, both teams lost. Pirate City were seeking a cut on the black jammer. It was not successful. Perth were seeking an illegal assist on the white jammer. It was not successful. But right now on track in our potential final jammer this first half, we have Comatose jamming for Perth up against Ivy Conivy for Pirate City.
But definitely a good opportunity to get a little bit of rest for that one, so this should be on fire.
They get even more rest after this jam. Currently, no lead jammer. Both jammers firmly wedged in those defensive walls and looking for an initial pass.
Definitely, all that rest is making it very, very difficult for the jammers to get through.
We have a power jam for Perth now. Ivy Conivy headed to the penalty box for a cut track, and Comatose picking up lead jammer for Perth.
Hopefully feeling okay after that little tumble then.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of jammer acrobatics from Perth this morning. And Comatose through for 4 points as Velocity is sent to the penalty box. That is a jam called. We have had a lead change.
Ooh, that's very exciting. Going to make it a really exciting second half.
We have Perth on 74 ahead of Pirate City on 64?
Yeah, 64.
Just 10 points in it. So, 78 for Perth, sorry.
Well, 14 points in it.
But that's still not a lot of points in this silly sport we all are invested in. And it's going to be a second half not to be missed. We'll be back in approximately 15 minutes. second half of this fantastic game we've seen so far between Perth Roller Derby and Pirate City Rollers. There is that fried chickens.
So Comatose is starting in the bin.
No, that is Ivy and Ivy in the bin.
Oh my God. Comatose is
lead jammer for Perth.
I think I need that coffee.
I'm meant to be the one going loopy, not you. This is your first day of this
I
tournament.
did host a sleepover on the weekend, so I'm exhausted.
We have 4 points so far to Comatose in this power jam. Ivy Ivy is back from the bin, and that is another 4 points to Comatose. Dawson headed to the penalty box for air forearms as Ivy completes initial pass.
All right, let's see.
Comatose calling off the jam after sneaking in another 2 points, extending Perth's lead to 88 with Pirates remaining on 64.
Absolutely still anyone's game at this point.
We've got a whole another 28 minutes and 50 seconds of roller derby ahead of us.
And then another 2 more games today.
All right, we've got another zoom out on the jammer line for Perth and Iona shotgun for Pirates.
Iona shotgun getting hit out and pushed all the way back.
Yeah, so there's some solid recycling from the Perth defense.
Oh, absolutely.
And again,
nothing more demoralizing than getting a constant recycling.
Another zoom, driving on this 2-wall of Primeval, and I think that's pigeoned effective, but Iona shotgun has gotten through for lead jammer.
Definitely a lot of hard work there, that's for sure.
Dawson headed to the penalty box while both teams remain down. Dawson coming back from the penalty box, rather, with both teams a blocker down. 4 points through for Iona shotgun.
I love hearing nice, clear communication from the bench.
That is another 4 points for Iona shotgun.
And it looks like we've had a star pass.
We have. That is Dawson now jamming for Perth. But Iona shotgun calls the jam. Perth 88. The Pirate City regaining some ground, 76.
Definitely
12-point jam there for Iona shotgun.
Definitely excited for this half. It's going to be like it's just very close. It's very
on the edge of my feet. We have Jaws lining up for Pirate City up against Shrek for Perth. 2 iconic movies.
Absolutely. Like yeah.
Jaws is lead jammer. Shrek is also out for initial pass.
Let's see how they play this one.
Oh, Jaws quickly calling off the jam.
A little swizzle around.
79 by the looks of things to Pirates, picking up 3 points there. Perth remaining on 88.
So 9 points in it
9
at the moment.
points.
So it looks like Ivy Ivy.
That is Ivy Ivy up against Comatose for Perth.
Oh, nice little hip check there on the way out. They're getting
Comatose through for lead. Oh, beautiful pass by Comatose through that inside apex, picking up 4 points for Perth. But Perth losing Logie to the penalty box.
Oh, a little hop, skippy, and jumpy around that inside line. I love that.
Shutting down Ivy Ivy. Some amazing footwork by Comatose in that last jam.
Oh, absolutely beautiful.
Perth 96 to Pirate City 79.
So it looks like we've got Iona Shotgun up for Pirate City.
And Number Zoom for Perth. Both teams throwing up some really solid walls for our jammers to try and bust through.
Pirate City offering up some offence on there as well.
Looks like there was some form of cuddle puddle maybe on the side of the track there. We do not have a very great view of that spot from our perch.
(946) getting sent to the bin for a direction penalty.
Number Zoom declared lead jammer for Perth. We've got 2 Pirate City blockers in the penalty box currently.
So definite. Oh,
Number Zoom through, but only having 2 Pirate City blockers to contend with versus Iona Shotgun having to compete with the full weight of Perth's 4-wall.
Oh,
That being said, though,
that was a solid hit just then.
I believe that was Diamond sending Number Zoom flying. Iona Shotgun has completed an initial pass. Number Zoom has gotten through for 4 points, but caused the jam.
It's like so close yet so far. Like you can see the opposing blockers just need to get hips around and denied.
Perth cracking the triple digits with that jam, taking them to 104 to Pirate City 79.
Also demonstrates why you want to try and keep your blockers out of the bin.
Alrighty, that is Comatose out jamming again
Jaws.
for Perth. That is Pirate City Jaws.
Oh,
Lead jammer. But Comatose has also completed an initial pass.
so looks like that pack is speeding up.
It is flying.
Very fast.
Alright. Looks like 3 points for Pirates there, taking them to 82 to Perth 104.
But also just getting another Pirate City blocker sent to the bin.
Yes, there was a lot of late yelling.
It's like yeet. Yeet
Just-
them to the bin.
Look, I'm just trying to save time by condensing my words. Why say many word when few word do trick?
So we've got Shrek up for Perth.
And that is Ivy Conivy for Pirate City.
And Shrek has picked up lead for Perth.
Ivy Conivy has also completed an initial pass though. More acrobatics from our jammers today.
Little tumble, as long as we're being safe doing it.
3 points picked up there by Perth, taking them to 107. And 85 for Pirate City. 3 points also. Iona Shotgun lining up on the jammer line up against Number Zoom for Perth.
Definitely a squishy pack here.
It is squishy.
Not much room to move, but working on getting that space.
Number Zoom getting absolutely sandwiched by the Pirate City defense at the back of the pack, but hopping and jumping over various sets of blocker skates to pick up lead jammer. Iona Shotgun is also out for initial pass. Number Zoom sneaking around Pigeon defective to complete that scoring pass. Perth Roller Derby 111 to Pirate City 85.
Yep.
That is Jaws, I believe, out for Pirate City up against Comatose for Perth. Now that is one heck of a run back there.
Yeah, poor Comatose.
Comatose. I believe that's Velocity. Alrighty.
Very squishy again. Like, no room for anyone at the moment. But Comatose finds a way and has picked up the lead for Perth.
Jaws is out for initial for Pirate City. Comatose takes the points and calls the jam. Looks like 4 points in there for Perth. 115 versus 85 on the scoreboard. Is Ivy Can Ivy out on the jammer line for Pirate City up against Shrek for Perth. I'm hearing a lot of yelling.
A lot of whistles.
Looks like Ivy Can Ivy was awarded a penalty. So this is currently a Shrek Power Jam. And you know who's at home in a swamp? Shrek.
Yeah, very much a swamp at the moment.
Some solid effort by Perth defense there to hold a goat and get control of that pack speed.
But I love it when your friends come up to give you a hand.
Shrek is through for lead jammer as Ivy Can Ivy returns from the bin but makes really quick work of that initial pass.
Yeah, can't leave that inside line open. Like, they only need an inch and they can get past so easy.
Shrek calls the jam. Looks like 2 points snuck in there for Perth. 3. 118 versus 85 for Pirates. Own a shotgun back out on the jammer line for Pirates. And number zoom for Perth.
Oh, making the way around, but almost getting collected there.
Great work there by Number Zoom with those fancy toe stop work, but also great work from Velocity on that last ditch defense.
Absolutely. Just loving watching the defense there. Just standing there, making it look easy. It's not easy.
From what I've seen of both these teams this weekend, they both have some very strong blockers putting up some real solid walls, but also some very fast and nimbly trickster jammers.
Well, it's always good to have a nice variety as well. Like, you can take advantage of that.
It is the spice of life. And we have I believe maybe a Pirate City team timeout.
Looks like. Got our beautiful, lovely tea hands from Dino. Love your little tea hands, beautiful. Thank you, much appreciated. Love your work.
While we are on the topic of Pirate City and New Zealand, do not forget that after this game, you can visit their table and potentially pick up some Team New Zealand swag to get those skaters over to the World Cup in Austria in 2 months' time. They have tote bags and singlets for sale.
That's not long now. That's actually really exciting. A whole bunch of teams heading over to Innsbruck in Austria.
I was actually doing some maths before, and there's probably more than that, but I reckon there's at least 9 different national teams that have representation here this weekend.
That's amazing. That's so cool.
I know there's people on Australia, of course, and New Zealand, of course, but also Portugal, Austria, Chinese nations, Korea, Taiwan, Japan, I believe Jewish roller derby.
That's amazing. And Comatose up for Perth. And Ivy can, is that Ivy?
That is Ivy can Ivy lead a
Beautiful.
jammer for Pirates. But Comatose also completing initial pass.
So nice opportunity here to get some more points on the board for Pirate City.
Looks like 3 picked up there, taking them to 88 to Perth's 124. We are heading into the final 15 minutes of this game.
I can't believe that. It's been so exciting, and we're almost near the end.
It has absolutely flown. That is Shrek out on the jammer line for Perth. And I think it might be Jaws. Yes, that is indeed Jaws for Pirate City. Jaws is lead jammer.
So Perth
And
still
Jaws
stuck in
almost
that
through,
gap
but then
there.
forced to recycle.
Oh, mind you, that buys some time to for Perth to get out.
Shrek has completed initial pass. Some great solo defense there by Tio for Perth. But Jaws calling the jam with another 3 points for New Zealand. Pirate City taking them to 91, Perth 124. And I'll be coming in for that official review.
So if you are joining us here today, make sure you go grab yourself a ticket in the raffle today. Some really good prizes up for grabs there. And don't forget about Team New Zealand, all their lovely merch to get them to the roller derby games in Austria, the World Cup. And so we have the Zebra Dazzle doing their thing, discussing the points. I will have to come grab tickets later. Oh, I just did. So at the moment, we've got Laces doing the laps, trying to sell some raffle tickets to make it easier for those of you who are here in the crowd. We have movement in the dazzle. And we have that lovely rolling whistle. And Rain is coming back to fill us in on the goss.
So Perth was seeking a high block penalty on the white jammer for the previous jam, but it was deemed that that contact, although it was to the head, was secondary and incidental and not the primary contact, so the no call stands. So we have Iona Shotgun out on the jammer line currently.
Getting recycled back there. For
Pirate City.
Yeah.
And that is Namazoom pushing on that front Pirate City defensive tripod for Perth.
Very, very squishy there, absolutely. Neither team is giving any room for the jammers at the moment.
Absolutely not. Namazoom getting run all the way back by Velocity. And Iona Shotgun is through for lead jammer for Pirate City.
Definitely hard work for that one, getting through there. Oh,
We have a star pass that is Locomotives and completing initial pass. Okay, I'm hearing a lot of yelling. Someone's going to take a seat. The jam was called. 3 points to Pirate City on that one, taking them to 94, to Perth's 124. 30 points is still enough for it to be able to go either way.
Absolutely, like
In 12 minutes.
Not even like one power jam could easily change the dynamic of this game.
All right, that is Comatose out now jamming for Perth.
Oh.
And Ivy Conivy for Pirate City.
Comatose out with the lead.
Ivy Conivy also out of the pack. Slight pack advantage to Pirate City. That is jam call. Points going both ways.
Yep.
4 points for Perth, taking them to 128. 2 for Pirate City, taking them to 96. That is Shrek out on the jammer line. Oh, we once again have our iconic movie mashup. We've got Shrek and Jaws. Oh, Apex jumping as a blocker to try and throw down Shrek. But Shrek is through for lead jammer.
That is so formidable. Like, that's like terrifying as a jammer.
Jaws still looking for initial pass as Shrek coming back into the pack for a scoring pass. Jaws once again getting recycled by the Perth defense as Shrek pushing and pushing up the front of that increasingly long pack.
Really long pack, you know, like long kitty, like the long kitty, yeah, long pack.
But Shrek through for 4 points as Jaws getting taken for a ride once again, sent back by the Perth defense. Shrek through for another 4 points for Perth.
George
Jaws-
in for a cut.
So this is now a Shrek power jam. That was some great assisting there by the Perth blockers to get Shrek out again.
It's always nice when teammates have your back. Oh,
Shrek out
beautiful.
again. This is turning into a massive jam for Shrek.
As I said, Power Jam can really change the outcome of the game.
I mean, Perth already did have the lead. This is just
So it's just
extending
widening
that.
it. You're making it a lot more difficult for Pirate City to get back. And I agree, Shrek does fly.
A 20-point jam for Shrek there, taking Perth to 148 to Pirate City 96.
Definitely widening that gap there.
We've got Iona Shotgun out on the jammer line for Pirate City up against Comatose for Perth.
Definitely making it a bit trickier for Pirate City to gain back all those points.
Primeval and Pigeon Effective keeping Comatose in a bit of a washing machine at the front of the pack there.
Absolutely,
but
washing the machine, but Comatose bringing him from inside to outside, inside to outside.
Comatose is through for lead jammer, but Pirate City star passing. That is now serious crash unit jamming for Pirate City. But Comatose takes the points and calls the jam. 4 points for Perth. Looks like 152 versus 96.
Yep.
That is Number Zoom out for Perth and Ivy Knivey for Pirate City. And, Number Zoom unfortunately headed to the penalty box for a cut track penalty. So it is currently Ivy Knivey's power jam.
Really good opportunity for Pirate City here.
And Ivy Knivey picking up lead jammer.
A really good opportunity.
That was some great offense by Pirate City blockers there to get Ivy through, but they did only have 2 Perth blockers to contend with in that moment. Now have 3.
Getting recycled all the way back.
There were some great attempts there by the Pirate City blockers to stop that run back by Perth. Namazoom has returned to the track. So it looks like Ivy Knivey is now headed to the penalty box. So this shall be a 2-minute jam. Namazoom has completed initial pass and it is now a Perth power jam.
Definitely going to be feeling every second of this jam, that's for sure. Oh,
I need some corn chips to go with that bean dip. 4 points for Namazoom.
delicious.
Namazoom through for another 4 points. Ivy Knivey returning to the track from the bin.
Storm getting sent to the bin for a direction penalty.
Ivy Knivey is out for 4 points. And that is 2 minutes up. .12 jam for Namazoom, taking Perth to 164. 104 for Pirate City Rollers, cracking that century.
I do have to say, I still love that I'm seeing smiles on the faces of both teams right now. Like, that's the
And
derby.
this is a
love.
hard slog. This is game 5 for both of these teams.
Yeah, that's brutal.
We have Comatose jamming for Perth up against,
I think it's Iona Shotgun.
Iona Shotgun for Pirate City.
Coma Toast is through, picking up the lead for Perth.
Dawson running in a shotgun all the way to the back of the pack as Razor takes a seat in the penalty box.
So Iona Shotgun is out on their initial.
Both jammers are through. 4 points picked up by Coma Toast.
And the pack definitely making the outside pack refs
Do some cardio. We are heading towards the final 5 minutes of this game. We have Perth on 168 to Pirate City
104.
104. And I think we have an official timeout.
Oh, is it a little sweaty in the box? Maybe, not sure.
There was one pass before that hole. There was one pass before that hole. And that official timeout is over.
Looks like we're starting this next jam with 2 blockers apiece in the penalty box.
1 blocker apiece in the
One
penalty
blocker.
box.
Oh my God, you know what I mean.
2 blockers in
2
the box
blockers in the
total.
bin, one, yeah, you know.
That
Oh
is
my
Shrek
goodness.
out jamming for Perth and Ivy Conivey for Pirate City.
That being said, blockers on track are doing an impressive job keeping those jammers held up.
Those are 2 very solid tripods. Dawson providing some assistance to get Shrek out the lead jammer for Perth. Pirate City losing their pivot and jammer to the penalty box. We're a little bit thin on the ground in Pirates at the moment. Meanwhile, Shrek is through for 4 points.
Just like a walk in the park. Not really.
Diamond and Smith left alone to represent the Pirates on track.
Oh.
A giant hit on Shrek there by Smith.
Might have a bruise tomorrow from that one.
Shrek is through for another 4 points. Meanwhile, Ivy Conivey is back from the penalty box and straight into it. Making quick work of that initial pass.
Definitely taking advantage of the blockers being busy.
Serious crash unit being an absolute menace to Shrek there at the end of that jam.
You want your blockers to be menaces, though. You want them to be a menace.
Yeah, I mean, the jammers probably don't want the blockers to be menaces, but they want their blockers to be menaces, but not the opposing
yeah.
blockers. We have Perth on 182, Pirates 104. Time for a couple more jams. I believe that is Jaws jamming for Pirate City, and that is Namazoom for Perth. Jaws driving and driving to get through to pick up lead jammer. Oh, Namazoom almost out around the outside, but taken down as Jaws comes through to pick up 4 points.
And it looks like we have had a star pass.
That is Locomotives now jamming for Perth.
Oh, Perth getting taken back. Serious crash unit definitely being a menace. I see what you mean.
But the jam is called. We have points going both directions. Perth 184 to Pirates 111. Minute and a half left. 1 or 2 more jams to go. Though every time I've tried to predict that this weekend, I've got it wildly wrong. We have Iona Shotgun out on the jammer line for Pirates City, and that is Comatose, lead jammer for Perth.
Oh, it looked like it was so close there, back getting recycled all the way back.
Iona Shotgun still looking for a way out of the pack while Comatose is on a scoring pass.
Both really strong packs there at the moment, like holding up that jammer on both sides.
Dawson doing their best to help Comatose get through. Comatose doing the rare jammer multiplayer block,
Yeah, how
and
often do
headed
we
to the
see
penalty
that?
box.
How often do we see that?
It's not the first time I've seen it this year. Iona Shotgun with a star stash through for initial pass. Some excellent blocking there by Wazer, really just being a pain to Iona Shotgun. Comatose is back on track from the penalty box and straight into the Pirate City defense.
Absolutely. So this is, you're going to absolutely feel like a 2-minute jam.
The period clock has expired, so this is our final jam.
So
Comatose through for 4 points. And that is jam over. That is game over.
All right.
Unofficially, our final scores, 188 Perth to Pirate City 114. We are just waiting for that rolling whistle. While we're waiting for that, coming up next, we will have Adelaide Roller Derby ads versus Sydney Roller Derby League Sydney. And there is that rolling whistle. We have Perth 188 to Pirate City 114 with our final scores. Great effort by both teams that we have seen on track.
And thank you to those who have been watching this game online. Hopefully our work isn't too painful for you all today.
I have been Purple Rain.
And I've been Parabetamol.
And we'll be back later.
of day 3 of the Pacific Invitational. We've got a great matchup coming to you now for the Adelaide Roller Derby Ads and Sydney Roller Derby League.
All right, I'm Hara Beademall, and introducing Adelaide Roller Derby, we have 04 Ivy, 119 Trinket, 12 Alice Dawkins, 13 Lady Vengeance, 15 Doom, 22 Rage Ruthless, 2517 Easy Kill, 31 Victoria Bitter, I love that, 314 QT, 420 Bionic Mayhem, 43 Mad Squeals Mills, oh my goodness, 447 Invader Scrim, oh, love that.
Great name.
Great name. 52 Pinch of Salt, oh, I love that too, oh my gosh, I'm loving the puns. 567 CC Slicer, 91 Ankle Grinder, and on the bench we've got Crafty, Jess, Truffles, and Tudo.
Fantastic. And I am Winosaur, and I'm going to let you know who's skating for Sydney Roller Derby League. We have 00 Supernova, 101 Alitude, 121 Flax Decapitator, 13 Dr. Hoo-Hoo, 14 Hodo, 288 Chakram, 3 Spunky, 5 Catfink, 505 Rainbow Smash, 51 Surround Pound, 7 Push in Boots, 711 Mother Fuzzer, really careful with that one, 73 Teratoma, 925 Yoshi, and on the bench we have Velvet Whiplash, and Rampage, and then Brutal.
All right, looks like we've already got some fans joining us on the live stream as well. Let's go ads. Ooh, and definitely lots of love hearts there, but they're both like red and black, and it looks like it's a lot of red and black.
A lot of red and black today. Tell us where you're watching from on the live stream. Some of you might be at work today because it is only a public holiday in Queensland today, I believe.
Yep. But mind you, like, they might be talented and multitasking, you know, working, like having the stream up on the side.
Multitasking.
Multi-screens, like, love that. Like, if you are in a position to do that, why not?
I believe Glam Cracker was doing that yesterday on the stream, watching at work. Got about 45 seconds to Derby to bring you this clash.
So big shout out to all our refs and officials and all the volunteers that have made this possible today. We've got our lovely streaming as well. We always love to bring Derby to everyone, and we much appreciate that. Also got our lovely medics making sure we're keeping everyone safe. And there's a few different stall holders we've got here today, and also our fantastic raffle. Just bought myself 2 tickets.
We have heard Sydney's chant there with their little yes chef vibe, always making me feel hungry.
Yes, chef.
And we're about to get underway. If you didn't hear that, I believe the refs were also doing a hands in for Roger Ramjet.
Always love a nice, a bit of a zebra dazzle, little teamwork, little vibing over the weekend.
Oh, I can see who's lining up for Sydney. We've got Push in Boots, but I can't see.
Yeah, a little bit tricky from this angle where we are at. All right, that is Adelaide is through with a lead.
We've
so
got
Mad Squeals Mills.
And Push in Boots out for their initial. But Mad Squeals Mills calling it off there for the 4 points.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'm kind of excited for this game right now. Like the last game started out really close. So that gap widened at the ends, but a close game's a good game.
Yeah, I saw the halftime score was like within 10 points of each other last game.
I thought it was amazing that you were watching it on the way in. That was so good.
Okay, we've got Chakram lining up for Sydney.
I think that's Ray. No, was it Rage Ruthless
Rage
for
Ruthless.
Adelaide, picking up a lead for Adelaide. Definitely showing that namesake, Rage or Ruthless. Oh, making that look easy, picking up another 4 points.
Making it look easy.
It's definitely not easy.
Definitely isn't. Look at these strong, strong walls. Trying to use that O there against that Sydney wall at the front.
But I definitely like how Rage did go back to make sure they weren't getting a cut on the opposing player. We want a clean game if we can get it. So Rage Ruthless picking up another 4 points.
Unfortunately, not so clean for Cutie, who's just headed to the box. And calling it off there, sneaking in 1 point for Adelaide Ads on the end there, making it 9 points to 0 in that jam.
That is like an impressive jam,
It is.
especially at this time of the tournament too. Everyone's been knackered from playing all weekend.
Day 3. I can't believe we got here. Too many games to count now. All right, we've got Hodo lining up for Sydney. I cannot see who the Adelaide jammer is, but
And Invader Scrim.
it is Invader Scrim and through for lead. And Hodo being knocked out at the last line of defence there. With Adelaide picking up 4 for that jam, bringing the scores to 17-0. And we've got push-in boots on the jammer line.
Yeah, just a little official timeout there.
Just a mini one. Have a little chat.
Little chin wag. Oh my goodness. So Mad Squirrels mills for Adelaide and pushing boots there for Sydney.
Beautiful backwards around that apex there on the outside. And picking up lead.
Adelaide definitely making it difficult for the jammer to get out of that pack.
But Mad Squirrels is headed to the box, making it a power jam for Sydney.
So that was done for a back block right then. We do want to try and avoid those.
We do. We like our spines.
Kind of important.
Ooh, there has been a star pass for Sydney to Surround Pound.
I love that name too, actually.
It's a fun name to say, I have to say. Surround Pound.
Especially when you try and get like the whole surround pound. Get the whole big bass going on.
Surround Pound will also make you make lots of noise if they hit you too. And they're through picking up 4 points. But the Adelaide jammer is back on track.
And pushing through those remaining Sydney blockers and is now out.
Push-in boots headed to the box there for Sydney.
So this will be a full 2-minute jam.
Cat Fink also headed to the box for Sydney, leaving 2 Sydney blockers on track. We've
So
got a
Mad Squirrels picking up 4 more points.
fast little pack there at the end.
Oh my gosh, the amount of like fast packs in that last game, like, is making the outside pack refs do a lot of cardio.
I have really felt for our OPRs this weekend. They have done a bit of running.
So Adelaide definitely getting some love on the live chat as well. It's like, yes, Squilsy. One comment there.
Yes, the skirt with the sparklies. We have an official timeout at the moment. However, we do have Chokram lining up on the jammer line against Trinket from Adelaide. Everyone's just having a little chat.
So a little appreciation from the crowd there, a little applause. We do love that. Feeling that derby love. And we love our jammer love. And that's our rolling whistle, and we're going to get back into it.
And the jam is on. With Trinket out for lead.
Making that look easy, that's for sure. Oh,
Just slicing through like butter.
on that inside line, yeah, you can't leave any space on that inside line. Those jammers will take advantage. Oh, just cruising.
Sydney jammer being recycled back there on the inside, but Trinket through for another pass.
Little hop, skip, and off we go.
And there has been a star pass for Sydney to Mother Fuzzer.
Oh, a little jammer action there. We do love to see that. Keeps things exciting.
With Trinket calling it off before Mother Fuzzer could hit the pack.
Yeah, definitely have to be careful with that one.
I just usually call them fuzz because it's just too hard to say. It's too dangerous.
Yeah, very dangerous. Shrinks is killing it this weekend.
Absolutely.
Apparently, yeah. I'll take your word for it. I was a little occupied this weekend, but definitely glad to see them today. Oh, zooming through Adelaide
And we've-
through. That there is Invitational Scrim.
But Yoshi also out from the pack for their initial. Invitational Scrim calling that off there for 4 points. Bringing the score to 45 for the Adelaide Ads to 12 for Sydney Roller Derby League.
So it looks like we've got Mad Squirrels Mills on up for Adelaide. My brain is not braining, sorry.
And Chokram's on the line for Sydney. I'm glad I've had 3 coffees this morning.
I've only had one, that probably doesn't help.
And Mad Squills through for lead jammer with their mad skills.
Yes. Just yes.
There has been a star pass for Sydney to Teratoma.
looks like some derby crimes were committed that jam. We have one blocker apiece in the naughty corner, otherwise known as the penalty box.
So both teams will start with 3 blockers on the track. And we have Push in Boots lining up for Sydney, who is blocking our view of the Adelaide jammer. It's Rage.
Looks like we have Rage Ruthless up for Adelaide. Definitely making both jammers work hard right now. Oh,
And Push in Boots is 3 for lead for Sydney, but followed closely by Rage out for their initial. And Push in Boots calling it there, but I believe
That is
we
a
had
little
a
bit
pack penalty.
exciting there because we actually, yeah, Sydney got lead that time. We love it, like we love to share the derby love.
Share the Derby love. They
Mm.
picked up 3 points for that jam. We've got some love on the live stream for Alitude, who was just on that jam.
And Adelaide picking up a lead for that with Invader Scrim smashing through that pack.
And we have had a star pass for Sydney.
Oh. So no pass, no penalty on that player just then.
Being safe and going to the back of the
Oh,
pack.
definitely
just in
safer.
case.
Definitely safer, that's for sure.
Sometimes it's very hard to know who you have passed, especially when you've just been hit.
Mm.
And Adelaide calling off that jam. So we can give them a shout out at some point. I wonder if just going off the list I got given. Oh, we have an official review. Would you like to go in the center and figure out what's going on?
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Oh. All right.
While paracetamol is in the center figuring out the T from this official review, this is your last chance to get raffle tickets. Our raffle will be called after this game. We have some fun noise here in the stadium. So if you can still hear me, go and get your raffle tickets. They are $5 each or 5 for $20. And a big shout out to our officials who are on skates and non-skating officials this weekend who are keeping us safe and keeping the games running. I'd like to give a shout out to the crew that are on at the moment. We have head ref Roger Jamjet, John Ref Kennedy, Sparkling Brute, Refany, Jim Peckable, Lex Luthor, and Ray of Sunshine. And then our NSOs, our head NSO is Fluky, Ha Nerd, Nasty Surprise, Looper, Cassowary, Kayla, Scrapple, B-Rex, and Makila. There is a lot of serious conversation happening amongst that herd of zebras, or a dazzle of zebras, as I think heard it be called earlier this weekend. But I am enjoying my co-commentator being very sparkly in the middle, waiting for the outcome. I believe there has been a decision made. What went on? What's the tea?
All right, so a black called for an upgrade to the penalty for 0-0. They believed it was unsafe, but refs discussed and said it didn't meet the criteria to be upgraded. It wasn't great, but it didn't meet that criteria of being like really unsafe.
And so they lost their official review. Okay, thank you very much for that.
I wrote notes in my hand so I didn't
saw
forget.
that. Oh, and Yoshi is out for lead for Sydney. Followed closely behind by
By
Mad
Mad
Squills.
Squills.
Truffles is running back to the bench. Shout out to our benchies, looking fabulous.
Absolutely. Everyone's a little bit fancy today.
I know. I'm on day 3 of my clothes from my carry-on. Sorry, everyone. I'm letting the team down.
That's pretty impressive, though. Looks like we have Trinket up for Adelaide.
And I believe it's push-in boots for Sydney. There's been a lot of pivot line starts this weekend. Oh, a last-ditch attempt by 505 Rainbow Smash there to stop the Adelaide Gemma, but unsuccessful. There has been a star pass to 711 Mother Fuzzer, but push in boots is headed to the box.
So Adelaide picking up another 4 points.
Trinket coming around for another scoring pass. And push-in boots picking up that helmet cover there. Still on their initial though.
Trinket making sure to come back in behind the players, keeping it nice and clean.
That was a big 20-point jam for Adelaide.
Well, that's huge. Yeah, I thought there might be something called for this one. A little timey. What kind of timey, Addie? Oh, team timeout.
Team time out for White for Sydney.
A little time for a little snoozle and relaxation for a minute.
Big thank you to Nasty Surprise on that pivot line there, pointing to the team that called the timeout. We couldn't do this without our refs and NSOs. You make it all worthwhile.
So, a quick score update. Adelaide is on 76 and Sydney is on 16.
Not too many people in the box this first half. We've just been kind of just keeping the seats lukewarm. Just a little bit. Just a few in and
I
out.
like that, like saying lukewarm. Yeah, love
Who
it.
was Luke and why is he warm? Oh, no. They should not give me a microphone. We have lining up on the jam line Shakram for Sydney and Alice Dawkins for Adelaide.
Oh, this is a bit exciting. Don't think we've seen Alice Dawkins up yet.
Ooh, with a bit of a jammer run up there to the pivot line.
Oh, being taken out, Alice Dawkins having to be recycled back, but fortunately, teamies were in the way.
And a big hit to surround pound there. Trying to stop that jammer.
Alice Dawkins picking up a lead for Adelaide.
There's some love on the live stream for Alice. Wondering where Alice was. I'm pretty sure that's where they are.
Alice.
Can't sing that on a microphone.
Nope.
She's through for lead though.
.101 getting sent to the bin for a multiplayer block. While Adelaide picking up another 4 points.
Both Wolves working hard there.
And Adelaide pushing through, picking up another 4.
With Shokram out for their initial.
I love the little sneaky take the panty off just to try and give the other team a few things to pay attention to. It's like, is it going to go to the pivot? Is it not?
Is
Yeah,
it?
don't know.
Are
You
they
got to
just-
watch two things now.
I do enjoy though that you have to still show it now, because back in the day we used to just shove it down our top or shove it in our hand and hold it so that you didn't know where the star was. Confuse all the blockers. I could see Richard's laughing at me. Yeah, we used to shove it down our top.
Richard
Welcome,
would know.
Richard. So good to have you here today.
He's been here since he's a Derby royalty.
I
right
know.
here.
Thank you to all our Derby photographers. I think we've had Hex taking some pickies over the weekend as well.
And also, Richard has been up in Mackay with the juniors for the last weekend. He got back last night.
We love that. Thank you for coming on this holiday Monday.
Yeah, and supporting our juniors too. Like they, especially regional roller derby, really loves that, having that opportunities to build their teams and build their players' capabilities. And our juniors are the next generation.
They are. God, I wish they had junior derby when I was young.
They always seem to be so much better at skating. It's amazing. They're just like bloop, bloop.
I know it's really scary now when all the juniors are coming through to adult derby and they're really good.
It's amazing. How many years of practice?
And we have Yoshi jamming for Sydney, and
It looks like Invader Scrim picking up a lead for Adelaide.
a quick one's a good one there. With no points for both. Nil point. I believe they call that forcing the call.
Absolutely. You know, there is actually strategy in this game.
Yeah, we don't just hit each other for fun.
So it looks like we've got Mad Squills up for Adelaide. And Adelaide picking up lead.
But Hodo out for their initial there. On the chase.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh. We're hearing a very loud and clear bench, but obviously when you're in the thick of that pack, you don't always hear them as clearly as we do.
But we appreciate a loud bench.
Very much so. So it looks like we've got Trinket loading up for Adelaide. What's up?
And I think it's surround pound for Sydney. Surround pound. And surround pound through for lead.
Trinket was caught up on some blockers, but is now through on initial. Adelaide forcing surround pound all the way back.
And a big hit out from Rainbow Smash there on the outside, drawing that Adelaide jammer back.
Like everyone's going all the way back.
All the way back. Well, they are half an hour behind us. My brain works in funny ways.
Makes it interesting.
And surround pound calling it off on the outside for another 4 points. Taking that jam to 8-4. And a score check time. That puts Adelaide roller derby ads at 95.
And it looks like 24 for Sydney.
And the jam is on. I can see push-in boots pushing away there on the Adelaide pack.
And Rage Ruthless smashing through and picking up a lead for Adelaide. Rage Ruthless picking up another 4 points for Adelaide.
And surround pound headed to the box there for Sydney. Not surround pound, sorry. Push in boots our jammer. Headed to the box.
So we have hit over 100 points for Adelaide right now.
I know it's very early, but I would usually say drink.
Responsibly.
Responsibly, of course. Winosaur always supports responsible drinking. Adelaide picking up that 1 extra point in that last pass.
I love this comment just on the chat right now. It says, Sydney always look like they're having the best time. And I love that for them.
I feel like all
we
of the
love
teams
that.
There's been lots of smiles this weekend and lots of pivot line starts.
So
Here we are
Alice
again.
Dawkins up for Adelaide. And looking like some team is trying to do a little offensive there to make it a little bit easier. Definitely not easy though. Getting caught up on those
Mother
final
fuzzer.
blockers.
Mother Fuzzer and Supernova not making it easy to get past the last lines of defence there. But surround no.
Pushing boots getting taken all the way back after their re-entry from the bin. And again.
The runbacks have been real this weekend.
So Adelaide picking up another 4 points.
We did decide the collective term for blockers this weekend was a washing machine. A washing machine of blockers.
Like absolutely, very apt description. Very, very, very apt. Definitely looking a bit, yeah, this pass, definitely a bit more squishy.
And Lady Vengeance headed to the box there for Adelaide with a forearms penalty.
So Pushing Boots has made it through the pack. And Adelaide has called it off before Sydney can take advantage.
A 12-0 jam for Adelaide.
So score update, 116 for Adelaide and 24 for Sydney. So we've got Mad Squirrels up for Adelaide.
And Yoshi for Sydney.
Oh, Sydney out with a lead. Very good opportunity here to grab a few points.
Mad Squirrels also out on their initial.
Adelaide Block is definitely making it a challenge. Oh, are we going to get some Jammer Jammer? Jammer Jammer, please.
Jammer Jammer.
Jammer Jammer. That pack definitely sped up right then, but now it's slowed back down.
And a Yoshi attempting an apex jump there, but unsuccessful and having to return to the back of the pack.
So Adelaide picking up another and picking up another 4 points. That was a very, just snuck right in on that last bit there, just before that was called there. Love it.
So sneaky.
So Adelaide picked up 12 points that jam and Sydney 6. A little fun for everyone.
Little fun. Little bit of points for everyone.
So we've got Trinket up for Adelaide.
Our referee's quickly getting back in position.
Assume the position.
And Trinket through for Adelaide as lead jammer. Chokram pushing on that Adelaide wall, who are just closing those seams.
So one of the people on the feed are obsessed with Cece. Good to know.
Cece has been slicing through all sorts of packs with some amazing O this weekend.
Definitely a good O is always appreciated. Like, and someone who's versatile to swap between the defense and then helping their jammer out. Gotta love that.
You really do. I can hear from Sydney's bench all O being called for some things throughout some of the jams this time. And it's really scary when you hear that call because you know it's coming to hit you.
It's like, oh, I wish Jaws was on. So and Trinket through again, picking up another 4 points. That is a huge jam for Trinket. That's 12 so far. Oh, and the teamie is just like, inside line. What is the inside line? It's just clear.
And there has been a star pass for Sydney Roller Derby League to Teratoma. It's not a Toma. And now
a little track repair there.
Referee's just conferring about the final points there for Adelaide Roller Derby League, taking that jam to 18-0. And we have Hodo lining up on the jammer line, pushing through there.
And we've got Invaders Scrim up for Adelaide and picking up lead. Oh, this is interesting.
Hodo is headed to the box for a forearms penalty for Sydney Roller Derby League.
So, yeah, we have a power jam and, like, we've only just got over 3 minutes left of this half. Like, this is exciting.
That has gone so quickly.
Well, no time flies when you have fun. I got my ticket.
Invader Scrim hopping through that pack there to get another
a little twirl. A little
twirl. And
we love this.
A toe stop twirl. So beautiful. Very demure, as a 2024 word would say.
Another 4 points for Adelaide.
With Hodo back on track and through the pack for their initial.
I think that is some crimes have been committed.
Yes, I believe that.
A forearms run, but who got the crime?
I believe it was Spunky from Sydney, white 3, going to sit down and think about what they've done.
So we've got Alice Dawkins lining up for Adelaide.
And surround pound for Sydney.
Oh, making that look easy. Powering through. Alice picks up a lead. Invader Scrim getting some love on the live feed.
Oh, and that O there just opened up like a few centimetres.
That's all they need. All a good gemmer needs. Just a few centimetres. Oh, making that look easy. Another 4 points.
Just confusing them and taking the outside line this time. Ooh, and we have a penalty on the Sydney Jammer surround pound going to the box there, making it a power jam.
Oh, that's exciting. It's going to be interesting to see how Adelaide runs this jam.
Yes, they do have 1 minute left on this jam clock.
Love hearing the bench calling out 1 minute, Alice. Nice and supportive bench right there. It's like, you've got this.
Pinch of Salt headed to the box for a penalty there from the Adelaide Ads. Great name, Pinch of Salt. So simple, yet so effective. And Alice calling that off there for another 4 points, taking that to a
That was like a 24-point jam.
24-point jam. That's amazing.
So I don't think any timeouts were called there. Looks like we're intermission, but we got a bit of a zebra dazzle occurring, so a little something's happening.
We'll wait for the official nasty whistle to take us to that intermission. While the refs are having a little chat, don't forget that in halftime, this is your last and final chance to get raffle tickets. They are $5 each or $5 for $20. We will be drawing the raffle after this game. I have my raffle tickets. Generally in our region, we need to beat Jim Peckable for the raffle. So if anyone needs some motivation, you want to beat Jim Peckable for the raffle.
So don't forget that raffle has a bond pack, a fitness pack, a party pack, a mystery murder voucher, a treat yourself pack. There's a tattoo voucher. There's a get creative. Sorry, just put my pants a little bit there. Sexy box, a fan pack, winter warmers, and a pet lovers pack. So many good things in that raffle today.
I believe yesterday Glam Cracker said if she won the raffle for the prize for the tattoo voucher, she would get my name tattooed on her lower back.
Kind of hoping for that now. Let's go.
Me too.
Yeah. And that's our rolling whistle.
That is. We've got a 15-minute intermission here for halftime. Join us back shortly.
So make sure you go grab yourself a little bit of merch and grab yourself a ticket, have a little snacky snack and come back in about 15 minutes for our second half.
I've got souvenirs.
half, we can hear Sydney Roller Derby League doing their chants. Yes, chef. Did everybody get their raffle tickets ready for that to be drawn at the end of this game?
You have 1 minute, 26 seconds to get on it if you have not yet done that.
Well, a whole nother half.
Well,
But
but you want to see the action.
we want to see the action, right? I love that the packs are already out there ready to go, raring and ready to go. We have one final game up after this one, which is Brisbane City Rollers versus Sun State Roller Derby League. A match for the ages.
Definitely make sure you hang around for that one.
What a weekend of roller derby we've had here at Pacific Invitational.
Absolutely. Big weekend of world-class roller derby.
Really, like some of the best in the country here today. In your mouth. I'd like to see you try. Great. All right, we will be starting this second half off.
A little zebra dazzle, little bit of love in the middle there.
For our head ref, Roger Ramjet. And we are starting off with a power jam to Sydney with surround pound behind that jammer line.
Definitely got an opportunity here for Sydney, that's for sure. So Alice Dawkins in the bin.
Attempting a whip off the back of Nova's shirt there.
Yeah, I love it. Like you got to make sure you got good quality bout gear because that's getting stretched and grabbed all the time.
Also blockers who are ready to take that whip. As you can hear from that Sydney bench, the jammer is standing and ready to return to track.
I just loved how Sydney used their blocker just then. It was amazing.
Nova headed to the box there for Sydney. And Sydney Roller Derby League calling that off there. Gaining 8 points on the board to Adelaide's 4 in that jam.
So Pinch of Salt getting sent to the bin for Derby Crimes. I did hear what there was, but then I forgot.
It was 15 minutes. I can't remember either. We do have a blocker apiece starting in the box for this jam with Yoshi on the line, I believe, against Rage Ruthless.
Looks like, yeah, you are correct there. And Rage Ruthless has picked up the lead for Adelaide. Yoshi getting through on their initial pass.
These blockers sticking to you like magnets, though.
I love that call off just there. It's just stuck in between two blockers here, little tappy taps.
Just trying to
Call
get
it
my
off.
hips as far forward as possible.
Exactly, because it is the hips that determine whether you get the points or not.
Hips score the points.
Hips don't lie.
They do not.
So we've got Trinket up for Adelaide.
That was a great call from the Sydney bench there. How long will it be till I can get a nasty surprise? And nasty called 5 seconds.
And Trinket has got through with a lead for Adelaide.
But with a hop, skip and a jump, Hodo is also out on their initial.
A little fancy footwork there, we love to see.
Trinket calling it off.
With style, I must say.
With beautiful style. Looking back at the pack, lovingly. That brings the scores to 196 for Adelaide Roller Derby ads and 38 for Sydney.
So it looks like we've got Invaders Scrim up for Adelaide.
And push in boots for Sydney.
Oh. And Invaders Scrim picking up the lead for Adelaide. Definitely having to work to get through that pack though.
That two wall of Teratoma and Fluxicapitator at the front was really trying hard. It's quite bothersome, I think. We have 1-2-1 Fluxicapitator headed to the box to have a little sit down. A nice little spin from Invader Scrim with a call off. Picking up 8 points.
So Adelaide are over 200 points now. So on 204 and with Sydney is 38.
Crack the 200. Have a sip of your coffee.
So it looks like we got Mad Squirrels up for Adelaide.
And surround pound for Sydney.
Oh, you see that little backy skating there? That's
Back-
beautiful. Oh my goodness. Oh,
Backward
this
skating.
is a little exciting.
Backward skating out of the pack, but then getting recycled.
That was very close there, that one. I was wondering who was going to be called lead, but Adelaide have lead.
But Adelaide calling it off there with snaps from Truffles in the box.
So we've got Alice Dawkins up for Adelaide.
And Yoshi for Sydney.
Yoshi.
Yoshi. Alice being,
yeah.
Alice being hit out in the inside there and recycled back.
It was very close though. It was almost in. But now, gotten through.
And Yoshi not far behind on their initial.
Oh, a little tangled situation going on the floor.
But I believe everyone is getting up and is okay. But a big shout out to our medics who have been keeping everyone safe and well this weekend.
Definitely a very kind of more risky sport, but good to know that we always try and take as much care as we can.
We try to mitigate all the risks possible.
So we got Trinket up for Adelaide. Picking up a lead.
Hodo chasing down for Sydney.
Are we going to get a little
Oh.
jumpy? That's a little cute little jump.
Beautiful little smooth apex jump there from Trinket.
And we love a nice clean apex jump because it's no point if you do this awesome jump, stack it, you're not getting the points.
No,
Make sure we're jumping back onto our skates, picking up the points.
those wheels do need to hit that track for you to score any points. You can't just throw yourself. It's unfortunate. Otherwise, I might be a jammer. I can see Shock Rom lining up for Sydney.
And it looks like Invader Scrim.
All of the chest blocking happening there from
Oh.
Sydney, but Invader Scrim headed to the box, making it a power jam.
Yeah, doing the Derby crimes.
Derby crimes. Have a sit down and think about what you've done. Adelaide just locking down those butts there. And recycling Chokram back. Teratoma trying to stop that run back.
Trying, yeah, but not quite. So Invader Scrim is a through. So this is initial. So next would be scoring pass.
Oh, no one? No one was lead. And we have called that jam off.
Yeah, when there's rent come through, depends on if they called like when the penalty was being I'm surprised some no one tried to do it
Because they went to the box. I know you can get leads from the box, but not. So we have a washing machine of blockers happening again for Mad Skills Mills, jamming for Adelaide and surround pound for Sydney.
I just love it. Like, it's like nothing wrong with a little bit of throwing your teammate at the jammer. Bit of love. It's all fair in Derby.
Throwing my teammates is one of my funnest things to do on track.
Not so much fun when you're not expecting to be thrown, but if it gets the job done, right?
And Mad Skills Mills calling that off. Showing a Mad Skills.
Bit of love on this stream for surround pound. Bit of love there. We got love here too.
I believe that's Barbie, Backdoor Barbie from Inner West Roller Derby League, giving a shout out there.
And Rage Ruthless has picked up a lead for Adelaide. Yoshi getting caught up on those Adelaide blockers. Definitely a bit of a washing machine this time around, that's for sure.
Yeah, locking those jammers down with 1 point given to Adelaide there. One is better than none.
So it looks like we've got Trinket lining up for Adelaide.
And Hodo for Sydney.
More surround pound love here too on the chat. Surround is perfect. And Trinket picking up a lead for Adelaide.
I do enjoy the little bit of sparkle on their skirt.
So a few Derby crimes are being committed.
Yes, one apiece I can see. Rainbow Smash headed to the box, and I believe Doom for Adelaide. Having a little sit down. Both will serve the 30 seconds in the next jam.
So we've got Alice Dawkins up for Adelaide. And pushing boots there for Sydney. But Adelaide is through and has lead. Pushing boots getting taken out by Adelaide. And not in a nice way.
Yeah, those Adelaide blockers, they just magically reappear in front of you again. And I don't know how that's happening. And both of those blockers returning to the track, making an empty box, clean box. We love a clean box.
So there was a little bit of a cheeky blocker action just there coming back from the box while waiting before getting into the engagement zone before engaging.
Yes. You cannot hit anyone until you are part of that pack.
Unless you're the jammer.
Unless you're the
But jammer on jammer. Yeah.
Yes, this is true. We did have a sneaky star pass there to Teratoma, but the jam was called before they could score any points. Bringing the scores to 235 for Adelaide Ads and 38 to Sydney Roller Derby League. I'm enjoying the chat on the live stream with everyone offering their
Mad
services.
Squills using mad skills to get through and picking up a lead.
Ooh, that's a round pound on the chase.
Oh, and the pack is speeding up.
Run, OPRs,
intense.
run. We have a waterfall from the OPRs.
Because that's exactly what you want on day 3, is a little extra cardio.
Well, that created quite the breeze here in Eagles complex, sports complex. Yes,
Yes.
that's where we are. I should know by day 3 where we are. We're having an official review.
I think it's your turn this
It's
time.
my turn.
So for those of you who have not yet bought a raffle ticket, this would probably be a really good opportunity to do so because it is getting drawn at the end of this game today. Looks like we've got Bobbin down there ready to get your money for your tickets. They're doing a little dance, so go on down. They won't bite hard. Some really good stuff in that raffle there today. So the Mont Pack, the Fitness Pack, the Party Pack, the Murder Mystery Voucher, the Treat Yourself Pack, the ticket, the Tattoo Voucher, the Get Creative Pack, the Sexy Box, the Fan Pack, the Winter Warmers, and the Pet Lovers Pack. Lots of other goodies here today for those who are joining us in person. But if you're not here in person, make sure you also go check out Spank Alley online. Lots of good gear on there, including like panties, armbands, singlets, shirts, all of those fun things. What? So apparently Jim loves laps. It's on the feed, it must be true. So we do have our lovely Zebra Dazzle, so hopefully we'll be able to get the goss to you very shortly. I have to say, so that is a very adorable little scooch off the track. I love it.
I wanted to get off before Nasty blew a whistle at me. So the Adelaide team, Black, were requesting a cut track to be called on the White Jammer for Sydney Roller Derby League on the outside of turn 1. However, it was not assessed to be seen by the referees, and so they did lose the official review and no penalty was awarded.
So Yoshi picked up a lead for Sydney there. So are in control for this jam.
The jam being called off by Adelaide there.
That would have been Sydney, yeah, Yoshi,
Sydney,
but
sorry,
that
on
looked
the
like a hard fall there.
But they did score 8 points on that jam to Adelaide's 4.
So we've got Trinket up for Adelaide.
And Hodo for Sydney. And the jam is on. Oh, so beautiful up the inside there.
Love it when that line is cleared.
But being chased down quickly by Hodo for Sydney. But calling it in the nick of time.
I have to say, Trinket has had a lot of class and style when calling off today.
It's quite
I
beautiful.
am here for it.
I do like that they are tapping their hips with the sequence.
So looks like we have Alice Dawkins there, but
Is that an
Looks like it-
official review again? It is. I'm off.
Well, get your steps up. So another opportunity to go get some raffle tickets. Trinket getting some love on the chat at the moment. So we've got just about over 13 minutes remaining for this half, and then we're going to have BCR versus Sunstate for the last game of the day. That will be the next one. Very exciting. Two high quality teams. Actually, all the teams this weekend, all high quality. So much good roller derby. They're very comfortable. Got your little slips up, like slides on. Wonder if my boys will let me watch the next game. I wonder if my boys will let me watch the next game or they'll win when I go home. We'll see, as long as they got. As long as they've got Wi-Fi and power. Definitely a bit of discussion going on here from our refs. So definitely be looking forward to hearing the goss once Winasaw comes back. Also, a big shout out to all of our refs, our NSOs, and everyone who made this weekend possible. Roller derby doesn't happen without volunteers. Also, a big shout out to our medic team there, keeping us all safe this weekend. What? We might have a moisture issue on the track. I'm not sure, but there seems to be some wiping happening. Well, if you're going to have to wipe it, you like do it with style, make it look good, right? Oh, here comes the Goss.
So Sydney Roller Derby League were asking for a skating out of bounds penalty to be awarded to Trinket 119, the jammer from the last jam. However, the jam was being called as they began to straddle the line, so that was not assessed as a skating out of bounds penalty. So they will lose that official review. We're back on.
And Alice Dawkins has picked up the lead for Adelaide. Oh, making that look easy. A little fancy footwork at the end there. Little jumpy.
Just a jumpy to get through. And I believe that was Altitude headed to the box with a forearms penalty for Sydney. Chokram still pushing on this Adelaide wall here. Trying to take some of the amazing O's. Sydney's attempting on that very strong wall.
Both jammers a bit caught up at the moment.
No pack called, but that pack was reformed quickly.
Alice Dawkins coming around for another 4 points. I think that's 12 now. Both smashing it.
It's impressive.
Indeed.
I believe we have a star pass for Sydney to Teratoma.
Be interesting to see what happens here.
And Alice Dawkins calling that jam off for Adelaide.
I still love like the derby love happening there. Just checking in, making sure the other players okay.
Everyone's all right. There's lots of smiles in this game. Smiles and fist bumps happening. Having a great time out there. But that was an 18-point jam for Adelaide. And Mad Squeals Mills hitting that Sydney pack up the front there. But
Oh, look at that.
surround
Adelaide.
pound.
Adelaide trying to chase around pound down. Oh, that sounded solid.
Oh, and taking the whip
That
there.
also sounded solid.
Sometimes you have to sacrifice a mother fuzzer to the ground to get
Sacrifice.
through.
Sacrifice.
Mad Squills taking the O from their Adelaide offense there to get through up the inside.
Yeah, smash. Surround pound and get in, recycled back, and got to do it all again.
But listening to their bench there and calling it off for an extra 3 points on the end. Taking their points to 7 for that jam. But Adelaide nipped them in the butt and got 10.
So we are sitting on 272 for Adelaide and 53 for Sydney. So just under 10 minutes remaining here.
Ooh, last 10 minutes to get your raffle tickets, everybody.
Absolutely. Good prizes on the line. Oh, so whip appreciation on the chat.
Ooh, lots of...
Oh, Yoshi is out with the lead for Sydney.
Lots of blockers making friends with the floor in that start.
Definitely making it difficult for Rage Ruthless to get through, but they are through on initial.
We have Ankle Grinder headed to the box as a pivot for Adelaide.
Oh, little jump on the inside there. A little jam of love there.
Yoshi being told to do it again.
Oh.
Yoshi headed to the box with their pivot.
Oh.
What does that make it?
Oh, yeah. Power jam. I don't do it as good as Johnny, but here we are. Took me a few seconds there.
We do have a power jam for Rage Ruthless. And Rage Ruthless out the front.
Definitely will be feeling the pain. This will be like a 2-minute jam.
But everyone's back on the track. They're out of the box. I do enjoy, oh, I jinxed it.
So QT in Ivy drawing the cut hills, yes. Ivy's hair flip, oh my God. The sass.
Unfortunately, QT has ended up in the box herself.
So it looks like we've got Invader Scrim up for Adelaide.
And Hodo for Sydney. A matchup we've seen before, but let's see what happens this time.
So Invader Scrim picking up a lead for Adelaide, just coming through on that inside line there.
Some very hard hits in this pack.
So Sydney is out on initial pass. Adelaide looking to pick up those points before calling that off and also denying Sydney the opportunity to pick up any points.
And we have a team timeout for White, Sydney Roller Derby League.
It is probably a good time for a little rest and relaxation.
Just have a little breather. We've got 6 minutes to go. And the scores are sitting at Adelaide Roller Derby League on 292 points to Sydney on 65.
Definitely a lot of love on the chat for Ivy's hair flips.
It's beautiful. No, it was not. All smiles on the Sydney bench there.
I'm feeling the love from here. Loving
Yeah.
it.
Just all the Derby love. We're all here to play Derby. Have fun. The match up here is Push in Boots. And we've got Alice Dawkins also. Oh, they're both jammers just working those
Oh.
lines.
Push and Boots is through, picking up a lead for Sydney. Sydney's bench very excited. Alice Dawkins sneaking around the outside, picking up 4 points.
And Push in Boots still pushing at that front. And calling it, but what were the points? Sydney just getting very excited to get
So,
some points on that.
score update, Adelaide 299 and Sydney 69.
I wonder why they're cheering.
So we've got a trinket up for Adelaide.
And I believe surround pound for Sydney. Pounding on the back of that Adelaide wall, but not having heaps of luck.
Now getting recycled back. So trinket picking up lead for Adelaide.
Followed shortly by surround pound. Now for Sydney.
Trinket trying to get at least 1 point there, but not picking anything up just then.
No, they did.
They
got
did.
1 point.
Was it one? Oh, okay. Oh, one. There we go. I can't see the fingers. There we go. Oh yeah, there's the finger. I was looking at the wrong one. Go me. Like it's coffee time. I think
It's
next.
coffee time. You know what? They've just hit 300.
They
You could
have.
drink your coffee responsibly. All right, so we have Yoshi up against Mad Squills Mills.
Definitely looking squishy there.
I feel like they all just want to give each other a hug now. Is that what's happening?
So Mad Squirrel's got lead. Looks like we have. Whoop. Oh, the style. The style.
Beautiful style. Just
Beautiful.
coming in with the hips there to get those points. And picking up all 4.
Nice. So some love on the chat for Trinket. Literally the best I've seen her skate, I think. I hope she's so stoked with herself. All the love. So it looks like we've got Invader Scrim up for Adelaide.
And Hodo for Sydney.
Making that look easy.
Beautiful outside line taken there by Invader Scrim.
Oh, I think derby crimes have been committed.
I believe Hodo is headed to the box for a forearms penalty.
Oh, so that actually makes this a power jam for Adelaide.
Power jam.
So you'll be blessed next game with the lovely Johnny Smash. He does it so much better.
He really does. No comparison.
So Adelaide picking up another 4 points.
Are we just yelling? Someone's coming? Cool. Oh, I blinked and I missed it, but Invader Scrim was through.
And Hodo is through on their initial pass.
Invader Scrim calling that and gaining 3 extra points on that pass, taking them to 15 for that jam.
So less like getting it down to the line now. I can't believe this one's almost over. This has been so much fun.
It has. It's been a blast. Especially chatting with you, paracetamol.
A bit of a mouthful.
I need some paracetamol. I feel like. We've got 1 minute left.
So yeah,
period
Trinket
clock.
up for Adelaide, who was pushing boots for Sydney.
I believe push in boots is headed to the bin.
I think that was a forearms penalty right there, which makes it a
Power jam. I'm sorry, Johnny. I don't feel like I do it justice. And Trinket just dipping through there.
making that look easy. Adelaide bench is all excited. Actually, Sydney's looks excited too.
Everybody's out of their seats for this potential last jam.
Trinket making it through for another 4 points.
Woofed. And just dipping around the outside, not being touched by Spunky there at the front.
It's like, are we going to run this out or are we going to call it?
I believe the period clock is on 0. And we have an unofficial final score there of 337-272 for Sydney. We will wait for the final whistle to tell you the final score.
That was very exciting. I love like the skating ability, the love that we've seen in this game today. It's been absolutely fantastic.
It's been so good. Lots of thumbs up, pats on the back, smiles, fist bumps, everything happening. I feel like these teams had a great time out on the track. And there's that nasty whistle, nasty surprise, ending that game.
So 7 to Adelaide and 72 for Sydney.
What a game. Thank you so much. I have been Winosaur.
And I've been Parabetamol. This has been a lot of fun. And make sure you stick around because we have the raffle being drawn.
Get your raffle tickets at the ready.
Thank you. rivalry as old as time itself. Brisbane City Rollers taking on Sunstate.
It is set to be a doozy.
Our last bout of the Pacific Invitational 2025. Thank you to all the leagues for coming on in. We love you.
Playing for the Brisbane City Rollers Punk Blockers on this fine Monday afternoon, we have 1-4 Thunderpuss, 1-6-2 The Real Slim Sadie, 2-2-1 Bad Wolf, 2-2-2 Gravy, 2-4 Riley, 3-2 Scare Bear, 4-4-4 Felony, 4-8-2 Riff Raff, 6 Chaotic K, 6-1-3 Axel Rolls, 7-0-3 Peppermint Crunch, 8 Feminem, 8-2 Jambi, 9-1-1 Bow Fracture, 9-6 Sugars. And now we can hear ourselves speak again. On the bench, they have Lumberjack, Silent Butcher, Dominator, and Quiet Riot.
And representing Sunstate Roller Derby Swarm, we have 0 Beats, 007 Daisy Death Ray, 06 Shortstop, number 10 Director of Mayhem, 111 Rattling Bones, number 2 Bloody Laces, 23 Indigo Fury, 6005 is Magusa, number 8 we have Brat, 86 Say Hello to Savage, number 88 Squeals, number 91 Booty. Oh yeah, and on the bench we have Mr. Brightside, Tinker Hell, Smash Mouse. They are Team Swarm.
I do love the timing we accidentally had there with both teams doing their chants right as we got to the ends of their rosters.
Yeah, the Derby gods are smiling on us today. It's a beautiful day. Got a public holiday. Hello to everyone watching online. We're live here at the Eagle Sports Complex in Mansfield. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. We're about 30 seconds out.
And a quick shout out to the referee crew on track now. It looks like we have the Glitter Geckos, which consist of Frere, Doesn't Matter, Spanners, Maureen, Honey Badger, Mr. Fox, Mr. Grump, Hypodermic, Mercy, Donatello TR2, Makita, Resting Bitch Pace, Biznix, Menace, The Revolution, and Kit Kat Crunch. And I do believe the Slammer Crest is in that pack. Team, crew, got the word eventually.
I love it. The master of the rolling whistle, Dino blows.
Saving you all from my babbling.
Dino rattling the P one more time. Getting ready for this local lineup of
And I think
Sunset
that
versus
is
City Rollers.
Jambi, that is jamming for BCR and out for lead.
That's Beats jamming for Sunstate. Both jammers through. We've got some fast jammers on track. Oh, couple of points to the Brisbane City Rollers.
And of course, introducing ourselves one last time, we are your tournament co-head announcers for Pacific Invitational. I am Purple Rain.
I'm Johnny Smack here, trackside.
We have Sugars on the jammer line for BCR up next. And that looks like shortstop for Sunstate.
Blockers rolling back on cue, red rolling. Shortstop wasting no time around the outside, fast skating. Lead jammer.
Sugars completing initial pass.
Shortstop gets knocked inbounds by Feminine. Couple of points scored, I believe, to Sunstate. Maybe 1 point.
It's going to be interesting to see how this goes, having probably some of the skaters with the most high-level woofter experience on in this game.
Yeah, I think that lead jammer status is pretty vital in this one. It's going to be close, I think. Once again, no one in the penalty box. Booty jamming for Sunstate. Cowdy K jamming for the team in red. Take on Brad out front. Keeps on truck and lead jammer.
Booty through for initial pass. Daisy Deathray taking a seat in the penalty box.
Kia ora, Kay. Here's the instructions from the bench. Calls off the jam. 4 more points to the Brisbane City Rollers.
We have BCR on 6-2, Sun States 1. But it is still very early days.
Plenty of people watching online as we speak. Who are you going for? The team in red or the team in white? That's the question.
I'm just here for a good time. All right, that is Felony out jamming for BCR, getting recycled by Indigo Fury, and beats out the front for lead jammer for Sun State.
Yeah, beats with that famous blue hair. Felony not be outdone, also getting through for that initial pass. Fast jam is on track. Bubba beats. Calls off the jam for Sun State. Keeping an eye on the scoreboard there. I think the score went backwards on the board. There it is, 5 points. That was a 4-point jam.
Only 1 point in it at this point, but again, still super early days. We have shortstop on the jammer line now for Sun State up against Sugars for BCR.
Oh, looks like shortstop's heading to the penalty box. No, a little bit of confusion there. It was actually
No, it was Migusa in the penalty box, but shortstop just getting sent back.
Shortstop was deemed lead jammer. Yeah, a little bit of confusion there. Magusa and Bratt find themselves in the I was going to say in the commentary box.
So
That's incorrect.
that's our area.
That's us. Penalty box.
So just a bit of a pack advantage for BCR going into the start of this next jam. And we have Jambi lining up against Booty.
Rattling Bones at Indy. The lone blockers on track. For Sun State. Oh, beautiful toe stop work.
Just dancing around Rattling Bones there to pick up lead jammer for BCR.
Booty stashed in the panty for a little while. Brisbane City Rollers setting up their defense out front.
Jambi through for 4 points.
Pack rolling backwards now. Booty being recycled all the way back. Magusa back on track for Sun State.
That is Jambi out for another pass.
Pack going nowhere on the straightaway. Oh, sneaky little star pass for Rattling Bones.
Bit of a treat to see Rattling Bones jamming. Not something you see every day.
Sun State blockers looking to speed up the pack. Jam over.
We have BCR on 18 to Sun State on 5. That was a 9-point jam for Jambi.
Riley jamming for the first time for the Brisbane City Rollers. And beat jamming for Sun State. No one in the penalty box.
You're going to send someone there. You're going to jinx it.
Riley. Powerful skating. Taking on those heavy hitters out front for Sun State.
Speaking of heavy hitters, Scarebear going in for the offense. Beats attempting to run the inside apex, but getting sent back.
Quick recycle to beat to the back of the pack. Riley tries the outside line, gets knocked out of bounds by Bloody Laces.
Neither jam are having a great time in this present moment.
Bloody Laces now bracing. Scarebear just trying to get involved, trying to open up a gap at the front of the pack for Riley.
But with those fancy footwork, Riley is through for lead jammer.
Fair way into the jam, we do have a lead jammer. Beats gets knocked down to the outside. Looks a little bit dejected there. Strong defense by the Brisbane City Rollers. Strong defense. All
Looks
round.
like we've had a star pass. That is Bloody Laces now jamming for Sun State.
The jam has been called off, however, by the Brisbane City Rollers. Strong defense all around. Great blocking on display here. Oh, this is a match I've been waiting for. Shortstop lining up against Jambi.
I think a lot of people have been waiting to see this.
Yeah, worth the price of admission just for this lineup right here.
It is Jambi through for lead jammer for BCR.
Shortstop goes the inside route through for that initial pass. About half a lap behind. Jambi chasing the points now. Beautiful scanning. Originally trying that outside line. Went inbounds.
Also some clever movement there by the BCR blockers.
Another 4-point jam to the Brisbane City Rollers.
We have Felony out on the jammer line for BCR. And that is Booty for Sunstate.
As Booty just peeking over the back of that pack. Tried getting around the outside. Denied that pass around the outside.
Felony ducking around Indigo Fury to get lead jammer for BCR.
Once again, Booty gets knocked out of bounds. Has to skate on back. That's a big gap down the inside line for Booty to jump on through.
That is Booty out for initial pass.
Felony being held up by the likes of Bloody Laces and Director of Mayhem. A cutting penalty has been called to somebody.
Felony calling off the jam. I think that is Director of Mayhem going to the bin for that cut penalty.
Drawing rattling bones in the penalty box. Bad Wolf, the pivot for the Brisbane City Rollers, is in the penalty box.
So again, we've got just a slight pack advantage to BCR with one more blocker on track. We've got Sugars on the jammer line for BCR, and I think that is Beats for Sunstate.
Yeah, Beats is hanging back a little bit, playing it cool. Strong impact by Beats down the inside line. Keeps on rolling. Beats loves that inside line.
That was a beautiful pass around the inside line by Beats, but Sugars coming around the outside to complete initial.
Clean pass around the outside for Sunstate. Beautiful skating. Very handy points to the Sunstate team. Hello to Glam Cracker watching from Sydney, I believe. Hello.
Hi, Glam. Sorry you didn't win the raffle. We have Jambi and Shortstop out again on that jammer line. That dream matchup.
Slight pack advantage to the Brisbane City Rollers.
Jambi getting by with a little bit of help from the teammates, being in just the right spot, but Shortstop also completing initial pass. And it is getting fast.
Blockers looking for their position on track. Sunstate out front. One point to the Brisbane City Rollers.
BCR currently sitting on 30, Sunstate on 9, but we are a little over 10 minutes into the first half, so still plenty of time. That is Felony back out on the jammer line for BCR, and that is Booty for Sunstate.
Oh, beautiful. That's a gift. Around the outside for Booty to skate on through. Lead jammer for Sunstate. Felony taking on the likes of Daisy Death Ray and Squeals. No, that's, Squeals.
That is initial pass for Felony complete.
Booty gets knocked inbounds. Some diving defense by Feminem.
Bit of a pile up on the inside apex there.
One more point to Sunstate.
I'm getting asked, can we do this, Rain? I'm assuming to do with BCR's chances. I don't know. I feel like it's hard to call at this point. There is only 20 points in it, and it is quite early into the game.
Once again, Beats is hanging back a little bit. Oh, but that's a big gap down the inside. Chaotic K is the lead
Coming
jammer.
in like a wrecking ball, but Beats also completing initial pass.
Coming like a wrecking ball. Somewhere in the penalty box is that riff-raff for the Brisbane City Rollers.
That is jam called with double donuts. Double Donuts still serves 2. Run down that clock.
Shorty back on track. Jambi back on track. Riffraff remains in the penalty box.
So a very slight Sun State pack advantage.
Jambi runs into Brad. Fantastic defense by Brad. That was a cold shoulder down the outside line. The real Slim Sadie bracing that 3-wall out front. Trying to hold up Shorty. Try getting down the inside line on the apex.
These are both solid walls. Shortstop almost finding freedom with a little bit of help from Brutt, but getting re-swallowed by the BCR defense.
Jambi runs into Squeals. Magusa with some handy defense down the inside line. Bloody laces that last line of defense. Jambi keeps on rolling. Okay, what are the tactics here? Brisbane City Rollers, and no rush to call the jam off. That is jam over.
Both teams being quite strategic with what's going on.
Yeah, we're watching two well-drilled, seasoned teams here.
Some well-seasoned bench crews as well. We have Gravy in the penalty box, the skater, not the sauce. And that is Sugars out jamming for BCR, but it is Booty lead jammer for Sun State.
Keep an eye on the pack. Here comes Booty, taking on that 3-wall. Bo Fracture bracing that 3-wall for the Brisbane City Rollers. Indy holding up, and Rutland Bones holding up Sugars.
Sugars is out with Indigo Fury, headed to the penalty box for a multi-player block.
Booty sneaks around the outside, calls off the jam. More handy points.
We have Sun State on 14 to BCR's 30. We are halfway into the first half.
Exciting stuff here. These are the two hosts for the Pacific Invitational 2025. Thank you for that.
And we have an official timeout. Speaking of officials, a shout out to all our referees and non-skating officials who have been doing a fantastic job this whole weekend.
Yeah, some of the best referees and officials from Australia and abroad. Also a big shout out to Spank Alley representing here trackside. Derby Bird, don't forget Derby Bird. Everyone knows about the bird. Derby
Bird is the word.
The word. And I believe there's still merchandise for sale over on the far side of the building. BCR have merchandise, Sun State have merchandise, and I believe we have Team New Zealand representing with merchandise for sale.
Looks like some of it has been tidied away, but also you can, if you ask nicely, someone can probably still hook you up.
Yeah, there'll be a bag somewhere full of T-shirts. Once again, big thank you to all the leagues that came and enjoyed the roller derby this long weekend.
May as well run through them all while we're sitting here. Of course, we have Brisbane City Rollers and Sun State Roller Derby as our host leagues, but we have also had Adelaide Roller Derby, Sydney Roller Derby League, Perth Roller Derby, and Pirate City Rollers come over for this tournament, and it has been a pleasure to have you all.
Felony game for the Brisbane City Rollers. Bubba Beats back on track.
We have two Sun State blockers sitting in the bin, and Felony uses that to advantage to pick up lead jammer for BCR.
Beats trying to get down that inside line originally, got held up by Scare Bear. Runs into Bad Wolf and Riffraff.
Yeah, they're headed to the penalty box for a forearms penalty.
Clean pass around the outside for Felony. 4 more points to BCR.
We've also got Riffraff headed to the penalty box for a multiplayer block.
So plenty of bums on seats at the moment.
There is lots of bums on seats, but fantastic apex jump from Felony.
Beautiful work. Yeah, mass exodus from the penalty box for Sun State. but that is jam over.
Still two BCR blockers sitting in the penalty box. So we have a Sun State pack advantage going into the next jam. We'll see if that phases Jambi. Shortstop lining up on the jammer line for Sun State.
Bo Fracture and Bad Wolf, the lone jammers on track for BCR.
Lone blockers. The jammers are always lone. There's Jambi getting lead jammer, but shortstop is close behind.
Oh, Lou, this is central jam on jammer action. Turning into a race now. Jambi hits the pack with speed.
Ooh, Jambi down, but smiling.
Oh, I love a smiling jammer.
Look like 1 point snuck in there by BCR, taking them to 39. Sun State remaining on 14.
Exciting 1 point. Still plenty of time left in this period of roller derby. Sugar's on track.
Looks like we've got one Sun State blocker in the penalty box. So BCR with that very slight pack advantage this time.
Booty jamming for Sun State. And it is Sugar's jamming. Trying to get past that last line of defense. Savage.
The Sugars is through for lead jammer.
Booty gets taken down. Oh, runs afoul of the real Slim Sadie. Oh!
That was a great apex jump there by Sugars.
Had a great angle too. Beautiful work. Bratz released from the penalty box for Sun State 5-5 roller derby.
We've had a star pass that is Squeals now jamming for Sun State and completing initial pass.
Schoolers adorning the star, but that jam has been called off for the Brisbane City Rollers. 3 more points on that last lap, making it a 7-point jam.
We have BCR on 46. Sun State remaining on 14. Chaotic K back out on the jammer line for BCR. And I believe that is Beats for Sun State. There are some big hits getting thrown in this jam. The Chaotic K finds a way through the mush for lead jammer. And this will be a power jam. Beats headed to the penalty box for a cut track.
Chaotic K pumping the fist. Happy it's a power jam. Blockers for the Sun State team hitting the front of the pack.
This is where you sort of see just how much strategy goes into this sport that has a reputation of just being go crazy, hit people, but there is so much strategy involved in controlling those pack speeds.
Chaotic K gets knocked down. Decides to call off the jam there. 2 more points.
Gives BCR a chance to come into the rest of the power jam time with some fresh legs.
Okay, I'm keeping an eye on the center of the track. Stuff could be happening very soon.
Some drama.
There you go, a team timeout. I thought it may be an official
Sun State
review.
team timeout, the least dramatic form of drama.
Yeah, I like those ones. Get to take a breath. And thank everyone for coming to the last day of the Pacific Invitational 2025.
We don't really know what to talk about now we've done plugging the raffle.
You got the raffles out of the way. A lot of the merch has been put away.
I suppose you can still order your Pacific Invitational commemorative T-shirt through the T-shirt mill.
Also, if you want to donate to help the Australian team get to Austria to the World Cup.
And also our Australian officials and commentators.
Don't forget you got to have the commentators over there. They make it all exciting. You can donate.
Help me, I'm poor.
I think there's a QR code being displayed online as we speak as well during the halftime intervals if you want to donate to the Australian team to get everyone over there.
There's also some pretty fly T-shirts getting sold to support the officials' fundraising efforts.
Yeah, a lot of people are heading over. It ain't cheap to get over there, so any help we can give them.
I was saying before, I've counted at least 9 different World Cup teams with representation here this weekend.
Wow.
And there's at least 10 officials and commentators from Queensland alone.
Incredible numbers representing over in Austria. We're rolling against Felony. Taking on that two-wall out front. The usual suspects.
Bloody Laces and Indigo Fury.
Indigo Fury always harassing the jammers. Felony is not lead jammer.
Not lead jammer, so lead is still available for Beats.
Beats cops a big hit.
We've got Bad Wolf headed to the penalty box.
A lot of whistles.
Yeah, something's going down.
Something's going down
We've got
indeed.
Feminem also in the penalty box, so just Gravy and the Real Slim Sadie on track for BCR.
Felony doesn't care about that, however. Just happy to score points.
The Real Slim Sadie headed to the penalty box, so it is all gravy. Not in the usual sense of things being all gravy.
Everything's better with the gravy. Oh, hit and spin.
Beats is through for 4 points.
Beautiful work. We're down to 10 minutes left in this half of roller derby. Oh, Gravy with a big hit. Beats keeps on rolling. And the beat goes on.
BCR regaining some of their skaters
Oh.
from the penalty box, but a great little jump around that inside apex by Beats.
Saw that coming. His pack is planted on the first bend. Oh, that would have required a big jump.
Beats thwarted from doing the same thing again by the BCR defense.
Whistle Brian once again. Bad Wolf and Gravy out front. Is that the Real Slim Sadie getting involved in as well?
Both teams currently with a blocker in the bin.
Indian Feminem sitting down. Felony anchored on that apex.
And that is jam over.
That was exciting.
15 points picked up by Sunstate in that jam. Great effort, taking them to 29. BCR picking up 7, taking them to 55.
Oh, it's official review time.
I'll go.
Thank you. I haven't got my protective sandals on. As Purple Rain goes to check what's going on there, a lot happened in that jam. Thanks to everyone for buying raffle tickets in the big raffle draw. All proceeds going to help the Australian team get abroad. And while I got the chance, I'll mention it later on too. A big thank you to Video Bob upstairs in the laboratory, putting all the vision out there into the World Wide Web. Don't get too technical, the World Wide Web. Thank you, Video Bob. Kelly Keys watching online, also known as Unforgiving Bunny. Glam Cracker, hello. Hello, Dreaming 4444. Leonie Gill, hello. I don't know who a lot of these people are. They're using their real life names. I get confused. Who are you going for? Are you going for the team in red or the team in white? I'm talking to the people online. Or are you going for the referees? Do you love the referees and non-scanning officials? What's not to love, really? As this official review rolls on. Oh, it's Duchess. Duchess watching. Shout out to Biznix from Leone. Shout out Biznix. We've got big numbers online watching. Hello. Okay. Purple Rain walking back to the commentary area. Doesn't look any more enlightened, however. Keeping a poker face.
Oh, it's just a little bit of a technical one, I guess. BCL was seeking a leaping contact penalty on the white jammer for the previous jam, but it was deemed that the red skater that got leapt into was straddling the line, and the white jammer had landed the jump before making contact.
Beautiful, well described.
So no call, stands.
Yeah,
Just on track, we had a Jambi picking up 4 points for BCR, and it was shortstop that was jamming for Sunstate in the middle there.
Booty lining up now on the jam line for Sunstate Sugars. Back on track for BCR. We got a blocker piece heading out of the penalty box. Booty is the lead jammer.
We've got Sugars headed to the penalty box for a forearm. So this is a power jam for Sunstate.
A very handy power jam. Booty decided to call that jam off, scoring a couple of points. So we're going to reset this next jam as a power jam start.
We have Sunstate on 31 to VCR on 59.
Exactly 7 minutes and 26 seconds left in this first half.
Throwing my agreement behind some of these comments here, a huge shout out to Video Bob. Video Bob has been doing a fantastic work all weekend, bringing you this live stream.
Yeah, basically the first one to get here and the last one to leave. Video Bob, thank you.
We have Beats headed to the penalty box for a cut track, so we will have a jammer bounce.
Blockers for both teams, just finding their spot on track. Sugars now back on track for BCR.
There's some big hits being swung from both teams as it is just a mush out there. Sugars picking up lead jammer as Beats had been awarded that penalty prior to being called lead.
Oh, look at that. Beats back on track. Down that inside line. Adorns the star now. That was the initial pass for Beats. Points potentially scored to BCR on that lap. 3 more points.
That is Felony out on the jammer line for BCR up against shortstop for Sunstate.
5-on-5 roller derby. No one in the penalty box. Felony tried to bombard their way through. Quick game of twister on the straightaway. Shorty trying to get past Feminine. Keeps on trucking. Lead jammer. Look at that strong Sunstate defense. Pack spread out now. No pack being called. Lots of whistles once again. That is definitely jam over.
I went quiet for a second there because I was trying to work out what was going on through all the chaos. I believe BCR are 2 blockers down.
Yeah, Axel rolls in the penalty box.
And Feminine.
All righty. Plenty of communication in the Sunstate area.
That is Jambi out on the jammer line for BCR. And I believe that is Booty for Sunstate.
Booty in there somewhere. Booty tries that inside line. Big hit.
Booty, 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 rocking everywhere, if you will.
Bad Wolf. Absolutely harassing Booty.
Bad Wolf is rather a menace. But Booty is through for lead jammer.
Well done. Perseverance paying off for Sunstate.
Jambi through for initial, but Booty calls the jam.
All right.
BCR 62, Sunstate 38. Oh, poetry. Johnny Smash, we're getting some shout outs in the comments as well. I would like to, in turn, give a shout out to all our commentary crew this weekend. We've had a lot of volunteers and a lot of them doing double duty as skaters, officials, or bench crew.
Yeah, thank you very much, commentators. Otherwise, you'd just be hearing our voice all weekend. Just to mix it up a bit.
We have Sugar's a lead jammer for BCR currently. Beats has completed initial for Sunstate also.
About half lap behind. Oh, nice work around the outside. Cougars calls off the jam. Scores a full.
That was a
7 points.
fantastic pass by Sugars. Very smooth.
It looks like we're just about to have possibly, maybe,
Some drama.
some drama, stuff happening, derby stuff.
Something going on.
I'm keeping an eye on the bench coach for Sunstate. Keeping a poker face. Oh, and a official review used.
Being used as a timeout.
They're my favourite official reviews. They're the ones I love.
Saves me doing some more cardio.
John F. Kennedy up to something, up to no good in the corner there, by the way. Smirking. What's that?
I think it was potentially the reserve ref getting real pumped to come in and do that official review report job. But then it was just a timeout.
Yeah, a bit of a tease, that one.
We have Bow Fracture and Bloody Laces both taking a seat in the penalty box. So we'll have both teams coming back a blocker short in the next jam.
Yeah, once again, a big thank you. Can we have a round of applause to our referees and non-skating officials, please? Or not? It's optional. You don't. Thank you. Thank you, nonetheless. Roll and whistle. Dino rattling the P one more time.
Though, fun fact, if it's using a Fox 40 like most refs use, there is no P.
Oh, P-less.
P-less whistle.
That's a
Wait.
derby name there somewhere.
We have felony jamming for BCR, and that is, of course, shot stop out for Sunstate. Going to the penalty box for a forearm, so it is a felony power jam.
Felony keeps on truck and lead jammer for the team in red.
Or should that be a felonious power jam?
I love it. Sounds very jazzy. Pack parked on this second bend. Bloody Laces with some handy defense. Squeals. Brat getting involved. Maguchi's always around.
That is a solid wall of Sunstate for felony to contend with.
Bo Fracture trying to get involved with some offensive work out front.
Shortstop has returned to the track.
Sliding defense by the blockers for the Brisbane City Rollers. Directional block being called on Bo Fracture. Shortstop.
Out for initial pass. Felony calling the jam.
Nice work by the blockers for BCR, getting out of shortstop's way. So shortstop couldn't score any points. 1.5 minutes left in this period.
Potentially our final jam of the first half.
Exciting.
We have Chaotic K jamming for BCR, and that is Beats for Sunstate.
Beats hanging back a bit. Chaotic K is the lead jammer down the inside line. Always got time for a little bit of a flick of the hair. Always looks graceful on track.
Now into that solid Sunstate wall, but Beats in a similar position against the BCR wall. That is Bad Wolf headed to the penalty box.
Strong defense.
Getting sent back once again by the BCR defense. And the pack is spreading out.
Beats easily through in the end. Gap
Out
over
for
the-
initial.
Chaotic K chasing the points. Gets knocked inbounds.
Chaotic K calling the jam. VCR 74. Sun State 30 something.
38. I'm going to say 38. 38 points.
Will we see any trickery?
Love to see one more jam. Maybe not.
I don't think so.
No roll and whistle though. No whistle.
Again, we need that Jeopardy thinking music.
That's it. All right. Slightly awkward, but nonetheless entertaining. There it is.
We are at halftime. Going into halftime, a recap of those scores. We have BCR 74 to Sun State 38. We'll be back in about 15 minutes. Alrighty, we are a little bit under a minute away from getting into the second half of this final game of Pacific Invitational of Brisbane City Rollers versus Sun State Roller Derby. Shout out to Pirate City Rollers for the wonderful dance moves during our intermission.
Once again, a big hello and thank you to our referees and non-scouting officials even. Hello to everyone in-house here at the Eagle Sports Complex and everyone watching online. Hello.
And there is that rolling whistle. We have Jambi out on the jammer line for BCR. I think it's shortstop for Sun State.
Sunset enjoying a slight pack advantage. Scared there in the penalty box. Shortstop. Just like that. Lead jammer for Sun State.
Bloody Laces drawing Jambi back.
Shortstop chasing the points. Working the angles. Runs into that 3-wall. Both fracture bracing out front. Big gap opens up around the outside. So for Sun State, shortstop skates on through. Instructions from the bench, keep on rolling. Calls up the jam.
Looks like no initial for BCR there. And 1 point. Nope, that would be 5 points for Sun State. There was more than one pass in that. Taking scores to 74 versus 43. We have Beats on the jammer line for Sun State up against Sugars for BCR.
No one in the penalty box for this next jam. Oh!
Fantastic little apex hop there from Sugars to pick up lead jammer for BCR.
Yeah, wasting no time. Beats stashing the star, rolls down that inside line for that initial pass for Sun State. Two-point score to the Brisbane City Rollers. Yep.
We have Chaotic K out on the jammer line for BCR. And Booty for Sun State.
Big gag opening up down that inside line for Chaotic K to keep on trucking the lead jammer.
And we've had a star pass to Bloody Laces.
Chaotic K chasing the points now, gets clipped on the way through. Stays on track, gets knocked inbounds. Points scored, I believe. Couple of
2 points
Yep.
with that little death metal symbol.
Rock and roll.
BCR 78 to Sun State. I can't see.
That's 40. Thank you. 43 points. Shortstop back on track, jamming for Sun State. Felony representing in the red. Blockers rolling back on cue. Shortstop denied that inside pass. Felony taking on that last line of defense. Is released now from the pack. Lead jam, the boat jam is through.
Shortstop hot on the tail of Felony.
Last jam is on track. Pack on that straightaway. Double donuts.
Sun State doing a good job of forcing BCR to call some of these jams. Once again, highlighting the surprising amount of strategy used in this sport that is also about hitting people.
Oh, it's a thing of beauty. Talking about things of beauty, Jambi jamming for the Brisbane City Rollers. Beats back on track for Sun State. Jambi, just like that. Jambi doing Jambi type things. The lead jammer for the Brisbane City Rollers. Beats not to be outdone through to that initial pass.
We've got Rattling Bones getting sent to the penalty box.
Pile up at the front of the pack there.
I think everyone is okay.
Jambi maybe twisting awkwardly, falling down, but straight back up again.
Potentially some Ohm team takedowns. Bad Wolf is selling a knee pad cap if anyone would like to buy it.
Well, there you go. There it is. Bloody laces. We got a Booty Sugars combination on the jam line.
That is one sweet booty. Sugars is going to the penalty box for a forearms.
We got ourselves a Sunset Papa Power Jam. Rattling Bones also in the penalty box. Is that Rattling Bones? Rattling Bones.
Bloody Laces attempting to break up this solid wall of BCR.
Here comes Booty. Gets knocked inbounds. Nice defense by the real Slim Sadie.
And Booty knocked to the out.
Sadie heading to the penalty box, however. Relentless defense out front. Oh, ouchie, wah.
I think that is Axel Rolls. I don't know what that voice was. Axel Rolls headed to the penalty box. We're at the point of the tournament where we are all losing our minds just a little. Alrighty, we have both jammers back on track. Booty is through for 4 points.
We don't have a lead jammer, by the way.
We won't have one that's eligible. So this will be a 2-minute jam.
Oh, beautiful stuff around the outside. Yeah, it looks like we've got a 2-minute jam. Some state looking to take full advantage of this lengthy jam, 4 more points.
There's an absolute solid wall out there from Sun State at the moment. That combination of Bloody Laces and Rattling Bones. But Bloody Laces has been sent to the penalty box.
Sugars has gone through for that initial pass. As you know, no points scored. Oh, on that initial pass. Sugars.
Beautiful pass there by Sugars for 4 points with a little apex jump.
But he gets knocked to the outside. Recycled to the back of the pack. Here comes Sugars. Oh!
Not quite landing that one, I don't think.
Yeah, Sugar's not real sure with that one. Doing the safe thing.
Better to be safe than sorry when doing these risky jammer tricks.
4 points each scored on that final lap. That's an 8-point jam to a 12-point jam to BCR and Sun State. Beautiful work.
Got BCR 88 to Sun State 55.
Still plenty of time left in this half. There's a roll and whistle. We've got a team timeout.
That is a Sun State timeout.
Beautiful stuff. Gives us a chance to just take a breath and just say kumbaya, just recenter ourselves.
Hydrate.
Hydrate.
It is getting a little toasty in this venue.
We're 3 games into our final day. Our final game of day 3 of 2000 and words than that. I'm having trouble. Of Pacific Invitational 2025. Thanks for being here.
It's been a long time between drinks. The last Pacific Invitational was quite a while ago.
It's been a long time between drinks, but a short time between coffees today.
Looks like both teams will be down some blockers as we resume from this timeout.
Who's going for the Brisbane City Rollers in-house? Okay, all right. A smattering.
And who is here for Sun State? There we go.
There you
Delayed
go,
reaction. We
Bit
got
delayed.
there.
Took a while to get to that side of the room, I guess, bouncing off the walls. There you go. That's the end of our timeout.
Just 2 Sun State blockers on the track in this moment. 3 for BCR. We have Jambi once again up against shortstop on the jammer line.
I love it.
The yelling has already started, so there might have been a false start or something in there. We have Jambi lead jammer.
Shortstop doing a bit of planking on the fourth bend.
Rattling Bones getting sent to the penalty box.
Yeah, they got knocked out of bounds, but resetted.
We've had a star pass that is Squeals now with the star for Sun State.
Oh, beautiful skating, good balance. 4 more points to the Brisbane City Rollers. Oh, looks like we've got a power
So we've
jam.
got a power jam for Jambi now, with Squeals being awarded a penalty.
Jambi decided to call that one off, not before scoring 4 more points and making it a 12-point jam.
BCR hitting the 100-point mark. Sun State on 57.
Exactly 22 minutes left in this period of roller derby. All righty, keeping an eye on our referees. Just having a bit of a word, making sure everything's A-OK. Dino's called for a timeout.
We have an official timeout happening. Some ref discussions to be had.
Yeah, this is something going on. It's way above my pay grade, whatever's happening on track.
See, Rampage is starting to engage in one of their favourite hobbies, which is harassing Dino.
Dino just remaining stoic on that pivot line. Dino, of course, heading to the World Cup, is one of the officials representing. A master of the rolling whistle and keeping things in time. There it is, right on cue. Thank you, Dino. Yay, roller derby. That's what I reckon. Blockers rolling back on cue. Felony jam for BCR. Look at an early whistle.
We've got Felony taken down. And it is a BCR power jam.
Strong defensive work by the likes of Rattling Bones. Rattling Bones heading to the penalty box, however.
Felony through that 2-wall of Sun State blockers to pick up a lead jammer for BCR.
25 seconds into the jam.
Squills has returned to the track as jammer.
Pack anchored down on this first bend.
There is a real mush there. Indigo Fury, that last line of defense, but Felony, maybe not the most graceful exit from the pack, but Felony is through for 4 points.
Squirrels breaching the pack.
That is initial pass for Squirrels.
Squirrels are dawn to star now. Nice pass around the outside, Felony. Bit of one skate action.
1 foot.
Graceful.
We have Chaotic K out on the jammer line for BCR, having a friendly high five with Beats for Sun State.
I love it.
Alrighty.
Carter K taking on that last line of defense. Keeps on rolling past Magusa. Lead jammer.
Beats popping around the inside line to complete initial pass for Sun State.
About half a lap behind. Carter K tracing the points now.
That was a beautiful team sweep by BCR there to get Chaotic K through.
Beautiful work by the Brisbane City Roll. It's a sign of a well-drilled, well-coached team. BCR, rah-rah.
Sun State, of course, also a roller derby powerhouse.
Absolutely. Booty back on track for Sun State. Jambi. Jambi, the jamming juggernaut, jamming for BCR. Denied that pass around the outside. Resets. Very tight pack round the bend. Here comes Booty.
Real Slim Sadie giving chase.
Strong shoulder.
But getting sent to the penalty box for a forearms.
Axel Rolls takes over the shift. Booty
Axel
keeps on
Rolls.
rolling.
Also sent to the penalty box.
Oh, plenty of bums on seats for the team in red.
Jambi doing some matrix moves to stay upright and inbounds.
Booty, working the angles, staying on track. Calls
Booty.
off the jam. Multitasking.
It looks like maybe another no initial for Jambi.
Oh, well done, Sun State. Yeah, it's right in the 4 points. We'll take those.
We have BCR 112 to Sunstate 61. 18 minutes left.
We've got Sugars back on track for the Brisbane City Rollers. Here
But
comes shortstop.
Shortstop is lead jammer for BCR.
Oh, we've got yet another blocker heading to the penalty box.
Ooh, the body's hitting the floor.
Oh,
That was
yeah.
a beautiful twirly little jump there from shortstop.
Looked good, looked very good.
Sunstate just chipping away at that score differential. BCR 112 still ahead, but Sunstate on 65. We've got Jambi out on the jammer line for BCR up against Beats for Sunstate.
Oh, let's go back
this
in
is a
time.
trick we have not seen in some time.
Make some noise, roller derby fans. Come on, come on. Okay, keep it
I
on,
guess the
derby.
question is Beats going to take the bait? I'm thinking not,
All right, what's
but
happening?
perhaps just using this time to clear the bin.
Why not? Why not? Good team play. Bad Wolf release back on track. Here we go. Now we're talking.
Roller derby's back.
Yeah, roller derby's going to be big this season. Around the outside, Jambi.
Blue for lead after messing with Beats, who also completes initial pass.
Because the fast jam is on track. Blockers for Sun State out front. Here come the blockers for BCR. Nice offensive work.
Very tactical, that jam. Ooh.
Make some noise. Beautiful work. All righty. Shortstop back on track for Sun State.
And that is Chaotic K back out for BCR.
Blockers rolling back on cue. Slight pack advantage to BCR.
Chaotic K with some fancy toe stop work too. Pick up lead jammer for BCR.
Shortstop running into both Fracture and Scare Bear out front. The last line of defense keeps on rolling.
Chaotic K running the inside line and then calling the jam.
A rapid fire 4 points to BCR.
BCR 119 to Sunset 65. We are 15 minutes remaining in this game.
Beautiful. Oh.
Alrighty, we have Beats jamming for Sunstate, and that is Bellany out for BCR, pushing at the front of the pack. And through for lead.
The officials love to count. Fast Jam is on track. Pack finding their spot on track on the first band. Tony gets knocked down. Calls off the jam. Double donuts.
Yeah, we did go quiet for a bit at the start of that previous jam, just because we wanted to let Rampage have their fun messing with Dino. That is Sugars out on the jammer line for BCR up against shortstop for Sun State. That's a tongue twister, that.
Oh, shortstop lead jammer. Sugar also through because the fast jam is on track. Look at a good old-fashioned jammer race. Once again, the pack anchored on that first bend. Shortstop, rapid fire points possibly scored.
2 points for Sun State, taking them to 67. BCR 119.
13 minutes and 28 seconds left in this half of roller derby.
We have Jambi out on the jammer line for BCR, and that is Booty for Sun State.
Bloody lace in the penalty box for Sun State.
It's a very slight BCR pack advantage.
Jambi straight up the middle like rolling through saloon doors is your lead jammer.
Booty getting run back by the BCR defense.
Yeah, just stepping out of bounds.
Jambi looking for a hole through that Sun State wall and just getting clipped out of bounds there by Squeals.
Big gap opens up for Booty to skate on through for that initial pass, but that jam has been called off.
Looks like Jambi got 3 points there, taking BCR to 122 to Sun State's 67. Chaotic K lining up on the jammer line again, up against Beats. Some of North Queensland's finest.
Big shout out to Unforgiving Bunny watching online as we speak. Giving a shout out to both of these teams.
That is Chaotic K through for lead jammer.
Oh, a potential star pass there, but denied. Chaotic around the outside,
Oh, beautiful twirl around Indigo Fury there by Chaotic K to get through to pick up 4 points.
Beautiful skating, definitely deserving extra points for that that style and grace around the outside.
Wouldn't it be great if that's how this sport worked? Extra bonus points for style.
Yeah, someone over in the corner just holding up cards throughout the game.
Beats through for initial, but the jam is called.
Just over 11 minutes in this deciding half of roller derby.
That was a 7-point jam for Chaotic K, taking BCR to 129. Sun State remaining on 67. Is Bellany out on the jammer line up against shortstop for Sun State.
Bloggers with that familiar rollback, running the whistle. 5-and-5 roller derby. Jam is pushing. Felony trying to sneak around the outside. Denied a pass. Here comes the shortstop.
That is lead jammer to Sun State.
I heard a whistle blowing. Gravy in the penalty box.
Bellany managing to stay on her feet to complete initial.
Nice pass.
Shortstop is through for 4 points and calls the jam.
Shortstop keeping an eye on Felony. We're down to just over 10 minutes left in this half. This is one of these bouts you just don't want to end. You just want to keep on rolling all day.
I mean, once this is over, the tournament's over and I have to go back to my real life.
No.
And we have an official timeout. Looks like maybe we are saying goodbye to Rattling Bones.
Oh. Rattling Bones possibly heading to the pub early. Thank you, Rattling Bones.
You may only go to the penalty box 7 times. Any more than that, you are asked to leave.
Politely.
Politely but firmly.
We've got Beats jamming for Sun State. Gets taken down on that outside line.
And that is Sugars for BCR, firmly wedged into that Sun State defense.
Dipping around the outside. Beats his lead jammer.
Some great assistance there by Scarebear to get Sugars out of the pack for initial pass.
Oh! Some solid hip connector from Scarebear, sending Beats inbound. 3 points to Sun State.
We have Jambi lining up for BCR up against shortstop for Sun State.
Just a smidge under 9 minutes left in this half of roller derby. Well, once again, 5 and 5 roller derby. No one in the penalty box. Shortstop.
Running down that inside line to pick up lead for Sun State.
Jambi around the outside won't be outdone. About half a lap behind. Shortstop chasing the points. Does a bit of dipping. Does a bit of jumping.
Maybe not a full pass, but three points snuck in there by shortstop. We have Sun State on 77 to BCR 129.
Brisbane City Rollers kicking this jam off next with a slight pack advantage. Not enough skaters on track. There you go.
Magusa sitting in the penalty box. We have Beats out to Jam up against Chaotic K.
Pack shifting from side to side. Chaotic K taking on all comers, but Lee Jammer is Beats. Chaotic gets rolled out of bounds. Great defensive work by Indy.
Beats following.
Almost landing in that exact same spot. Both Jammers got to roll right back.
Looks like both blocking packs trying to see who can get the furthest back and make those Jammers run.
How far can you go? Oh, Magusa back in the penalty box.
Indigo Fury once again running Chaotic K back. Beats in amongst the BCR defense.
Feminine out front. Who else do we have? Thunderpuss holding up Beats just temporarily, however. 4 points to Sun State. Strong defense on Chaotic K.
Bo Fracture heading to the penalty box for a clockwise block.
Sun State chasing more points. Easy pass in the end around the outside.
That is jam called, and I do not believe there was an initial pass for Chaotic K there. BCR 129 to Sun State 85. And I think I hear an official review.
Official review. There you go. As Purple Rain heads to the centre of the track. Once again, I'd like to thank all the visiting leagues for coming on down. Perth, Sydney, Adelaide, and Pirate City, all the way from New Zealand. Shout out Pirate City, woo-woo. And thank you once again for the referees from everywhere coming to spend some time with us here at the Pacific Invitational. Shout out to Spank Alley. Shout out to Derby Bird representing trackside. As the referees go to discuss the outcome of this official review, I'd like to thank some of the roller derby photographers. You see Stitch involved in the centre of the track. Hello, Stitch, a great photographer. Big shout out to Richard, another roller derby photographer. That's right, you. And once again, I mentioned earlier, a big thank you to all the organisers, all the people behind the scenes. Shout out once again to Video Bob. Upstairs working his magic. Okay. Keep an eye on the penalty box. there you go. That's the end of that official review. There goes that roll and whistle. How'd you go, Purple Rain?
So, Sun State were seeking a low block penalty on a red blocker from the previous jam, but it was deemed that the red blocker had established position and the white blocker had an obligation to avoid the red skater and as such initiated the contact. So the no call stands.
There you go.
Right now we have Felony as a lead jammer for BCR with shortstop close behind.
We got a jammer race. Both jammers chasing the points. Big jump down the inside line, staying on track, possibly. Oh, wasn't sure. Looked good, looked good.
These are solid walls. We've got Magusa going to the penalty box for a stop block in these sludgy walls.
Beautiful work, shortstop.
Bit of a shank in there by Sun State. 1 point to Felony, but 4 to shortstop. We have Sun State 89 to BCR's 130, just over 5 minutes remaining.
Sugar's back on track, jamming for Brisbane City Rollers.
And we can't see. We'll let you know.
Stay tuned.
Oh, it just beats.
The one and only
Sun
beats.
State. But Sugar's doing some beautiful dodging around Brat to pick up lead jammer for BCR.
Strong defensive work by the Brisbane City Rollers on beats in the back of the pack. In the meantime,
Great pass by Sugars there around the outside to pick up another 4 points.
pack edging forward. Beats tries their luck straight the middle. Very strong defense.
Sugar's doing those trademark matrix moves to stay upright at inbounds.
Beautiful defensive work by Bloody
But
Lacy.
going to the penalty box for a forearm, so it's now a Beats power jam.
And we've got a 2-minute jam. Bloody Lace is heading to the penalty box for Sun State.
That was for a high block, I believe. Beats being patient, taking a minute to reset into this power jam.
Beautiful work, Beats.
That is initial pass completed, but it's going to be a 2-minute jam.
Strong skating by Beats, chasing the points now for Sun State. Reverse into that last line of defense.
But what a last line of defense in scare there.
Sugar's back on track, scoring points for the Brisbane City Rollers.
That was a great little hit out there by Squeals on Sugars. That Sun State wall doesn't look like they plan on going anywhere anytime soon. Meanwhile, it's BCR reforming around Beats.
5-and-5 roller derby, no one in the penalty box. Handbrake definitely put on this pack up the straightaway.
Well, something's going for something. That is Squeals going for a penalty. That is jam over.
That was a brutal jam all around.
An 11-point jam for BCR, taking them to 141. Sun State on 93 after picking up 4 points.
A smidge under 3 minutes left in this half.
And we have an official timeout happening, potentially saying sayonara to more skaters.
Possibly. Keeping an eye on the penalty box.
That is goodbye to Bad Wolf. And there's that rolling whistle. We are almost back for our final 3 minutes. And what a way to go out with Jambi once again lining up against shortstop. These two powerhouse jammers.
One block apiece in the penalty box for each team. Jambi almost through, lead jammer.
Shortstop caught up on a wall of red, but finding a way through for initial pass. And now it
Jambi.
is just a mush as Jambi tries to get some quick points, then calls it off.
Jambi hitting that white wall with speed.
Just going to have a bit of a timeout while it's checked that everyone is okay. The track is cleared now. Maybe just a bit of a winding. Great time to give out one final shout to our medics for keeping us all nice and safe. Making sure everyone's healthy. And even being willing to draw the raffle, but in the end we did find a child.
Yeah, shout out to Isaac. Beautiful ticket pulling out of that bag. Beautiful work. We're under 2 minutes left in this second half.
I mean, I'm getting a tattoo out of it, so worked in my
How
favour.
good, how good.
All
Shout out-
right, that is Felony out on the jammer line for VCR, up against Beats for Sunstate.
Look at a blocker piece in the penalty box. Here comes Beats. Beats.
Felony also completing initial pass.
Just less than half a lap between the two jammers. Here comes Beats chasing the points.
Beats is down, and Felony's through, but not quick enough to sneak a point before that jam was called off. 3 points picked up there by Beats. VCR 141 to Sunstate. Starts with a 9.
96 points to Sunstate. Just over a minute left in this bout. This could be the last jam roller derby.
It may
fans.
very well be. That is a Chaotic K up on the jammer line against a shortstop.
5 and 5 roller derby. No one in the penalty box. Here comes shortstop. Make some noise for shortstop.
Shortstop lead jammer.
Beautiful work. Pack going nowhere. Shortstop chasing the points. Zigzagging. Shortstop getting nudged out of bounds, but
Some good recoverage on the line there by the VCR defense. Meanwhile, Chaotic K getting drawn back by the Sunstate defense.
oh yeah.
That is shortstop through for 4 points for Sunstate.
Chaotic K still working on that initial pass. There you go. That's-
Chaotic K through for initial.
Shortstop pushing, dipping, spinning, just skating out of bounds.
That is period over, so that is the end of game.
Oh yeah.
It's getting rowdy in here.
It's getting rowdy up in here, all right. Thank you, Roller Derby fans. Make some noise for these two teams once again, please, if you can hear me.
Our unofficial final scores are BCR 141 to Sunstate 104. Just waiting for that rolling whistle.
Oh, another beautiful bout between these two teams.
Another beautiful weekend of roller derby.
That's that roll and whistle concludes that bout.
And that is our official final scores. BCR 141 to Sunstate 104.
A big thank you to our referees and non-skating officials.
One last time to run in and get a high five from your favourite skater.
Oh, that was a lot of fun. Hope you enjoyed the coverage at home, everyone watching at home.
Once again, I have been Purple Rain.
I've been Johnny Smash this long weekend.
There are no speeches or presentations this weekend, but it would be fantastic at this conclusion of the victory lap. If you could please assist us in packing up by stacking the chairs and tidying away your rubbish.
Yeah, that'll make getting out of here a whole lot easy, wrapping it up.
Though no one's paying attention to us anymore, so let's cut to music.
See ya.
Alrighty, now those cheers have died down a little. We just want to say one last thanks everyone for coming. Thanks to our teams who have travelled to be here, and we wish you a safe trip home. We know you have a choice of roller derby tournaments to choose from. Thank you for flying with Pacific Invitational. If you could please assist us in exiting the venue by helping stack chairs, picking up things that are not other than the track, and putting all rubbish in the bin. Bye-bye.